moderators. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Grand Asia Open 2024 Malaysia. I'm Kenshin, I'm your MC for today. So first and foremost, thank you all so much for coming. I'm very sure all of you have a very busy schedule, taking your time to come out to play today. I'm very sure that each and every one of you are aiming for the top spot today. So first and foremost, a very big thank you for showing up. And today, I would just like to say that you being here is a culmination of your hard work, determination, and countless hours of preparation. It is a day to showcase your skills, strategies, and the love you have for One Piece. Each of you have earned your place here through your commitment to excellence, and I commend you for your journey to this moment. As we embark on this thrilling tournament, I must emphasize the importance of respect and fair play. Our community thrives on mutual respect, integrity, and the spirit of friendly competition. Therefore, I urge each participant to uphold these values throughout every match, ensuring that today's competition is not only fierce, but conducted with honor and sportsmanship. I believe that each and every one of you is more than capable of doing so. So before we proceed, first and foremost, I'd like to invite the Bandai representative, Takahashi-san, on the stage to give a few words. Please welcome.
Thank you so much for coming Grand Asia Open Malaysia today. My name is Kate, the producer of One Piece Captain. I was surprised and happy so much that the World Champion is much for Malaysia. I'm really happy that I can really see that the level of Asia has been raising day by day.
welcome fellow viewers to the 2024 Grand Asia Open Malaysia. I'm your host today, Norvin, joined to me by Joshua, which I'll be referring as Josh. Josh, how are you today?
I'm very excited today to see the exciting games of One Piece here, and can't wait for it to get started.
Yeah, we can see like they're showing like our feedback, showing all the agendas, all the queue and everything. Like there are a lot of people here join. I think there are more people than a normal tournament that you would expect.
Of course, yeah, with the venue here being spectacular, big, fully decorated with all these One Piece banners. I can really see that it's a full house today, and really looking forward to get started.
Yeah. Alright, speaking of the tournament itself, Josh, I know that we have been playing this particular format for a long time. What kind of deck do you expect to see?
Of course, in this current meta, you would say that the popular decks as of now, RP Law, which has been running rampant throughout every single CS that we've seen so far, taking almost every first place title, except for, I would believe, two.
Yeah, I think there's only
by Luchi.
Two that are dominated by Luchi, which is very interesting, right? Like, would you say that in Malaysia that it's a similar representation where there's a lot of red, purple Luffy and also Luchi?
I would say yes. The amount of RP Law players here have steadily increased over time. I would say that in Malaysia there was a greater preference for Luchi, since many of the people that now currently play Luchi have come from playing Saka previously.
Correct.
And once Saka got banned, they moved to Luchi, and from there some of them have then moved on to RP Law. So definitely the amount of RP Law and Luchi is by far the most. But the other top two contenders, NL and Black Yellow Luffy, are also still very much prevalent.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting to see that, at least in what I view is that Black Yellow Luffy is actually a very, very popular deck in Malaysia. At least like we have some homegrown players that has proven that they have successfully piloted the deck. We have the likes of Fengze. Fengze has been like piloting the deck and winning a lot with Black Yellow Luffy in ridiculous amount of win rate. Like, what do you think about the Black Yellow Luffy into Luchi in particular?
As we all know, Luchi is a deck that focuses on KOing the opponent's characters. So with Black Yellow Luffy able to cycle the Sabo every single turn, that kind of puts a dent to their usual game plan and play style. So Black Yellow Luffy is definitely a strong contender to beat Luchi and win tournaments in general. But with the appearance of Black Maria in OP08 in combination with the re-inclusion of Blocker Law into RP Law, this is something that causes BY Luffy to have quite a difficult time. So I would say overall it is pretty fair.
Yeah, I think
with how the meta game is.
I think the meta game for BL Luffy is that despite how dominant it is against Luchi, right, there is still a prevalent issue against RP Law, which is the fact, like you say, right, the Blocker Law, and then Black Maria, which in previous incarnation of Red Purple Luffy, Red Purple Law, is that when you are playing the deck, you tend to be very wide. Like you are going like a lot of 5k units, and usually you're Dawn down, like you don't have a lot of Dawn to manage with. But with Black Maria, an insane crazy effect that just gives you 5 Dawn. That it's just, I don't know what to say. Like those Dawn can be used to attack units, those Dawn can be used to call out more units. It's just like an insane card in Red Purple Luffy, and I believe that we're going to the game 1, and oh and behold, Josh, Red Purple Luffy and Doffy. Oh, we forgot to mention this. The STs that are released are actually legal today.
Yes, the newly released STs, which include Doflamingo, Katakuri, Uta, Whitebeard, Smoker, and Purple Luffy are currently legal. So lo and behold, in round 1 we get to see Doflamingo in action.
Josh, I see us too. We're like there.
Oh, we're right there.
We're right there.
That is true. Yes, we are right there.
Chat, as you can see, if anyone's watching, We are there right here with the timer up above us. That's really, really cool. Just want to point that out. And yes, we have apparently JP playing blue Doffy versus Young playing red purple Luffy. And I believe we are just waiting for them to start. Josh, what do you think about this particular matchup? Interesting, right?
It's definitely an interesting matchup. Even prior to the new ST stuff coming out for Doffy, I did find, from my own personal experience, that this matchup wasn't exactly straightforward and cutthroat for RP Law because of the fact that Doffy is able to swing for 7 and go pretty much wide every turn, like with at least 2 bodies if they manage to combo off with the Jinbei. So it isn't exactly super straightforward for RP Law, so it'll be interesting to see how Yong manages to navigate through what Blue Doffy from JP is able to put out here.
Same, Josh. I think similarly, I do think that it's interesting, and we do get the game started, and look at Yong's hand and also JP's hand. We get to see, I don't know if my eyes deceive me. Do you see Usopp rush?
I think I did see Usopp rush, and I also noticed that he has the Weevil and the Jinbei in his hand, so it looks like JP is off to a pretty good start here.
Interesting. All those Pudding. I think also forgot to mention, Pudding is such an interesting card. I think it's one of a kind in the game right now.
Yes, it is a card that causes many decks that like to farm hand size. A lot of headache, and definitely something that most blue decks would run at a high count. And you can see here that
JP picked up the 2k counter.
JP picked up the 2k counter from the Sengoku and proceeded to pass. And now Yong is deciding what to do on his 3-dawn turn. Typically, this turn, in an ideal world, he would be going for Pudding, at least a Pudding and a Shachi. In an ideal world, it would be Pudding Shachipan.
But it's not every day Sunday, right?
Yes, not every day. So just deciding to swing 8k to leader, which JP just takes.
Yeah, I think it's pretty fair to just swing for 8, reserving your hand size, see what your opponent does first. We do see the Jinbei in hand, so we're probably going to swing 5 to leader. Not going to use the leader effect. Probably going to use Jinbei and cause something. I believe the Weaver to draw one.
Yep, it's definitely he's going for the Weevil and Jinbei combo here, opting to not use the leader effect this turn to just go slightly wide, and the next turn Yong will only be able to clear one of these things, which most likely the target would be the Weevil, depending on his hand.
But there's an interesting line where I think you can actually bottom the Jinbei so that you can prevent JP from reusing the Jinbei, right? So there's some scenario where, let's say, the Jinbei gets hit the next turn, or he just bounce back the Jinbei to reuse the Jinbei effect. Because now, Doffy actually has like ways to bounce back the Jinbei. Like, for example, after attacking with the Jinbei, right, he can play the new law from the ST and bounce the Jinbei back and recall the Jinbei as well. So I think it'll be interesting to see why. But proceeds to just play the 5-cost kit. And due to this scenario, right, there is no effects to minus the power, so I believe everything here stays except for the Sengoku. Sengoku is probably going to get bottom from the law effect, just choosing his target. So we do see the RP law effect leader, which is a very powerful effect. We haven't even talked about it, Josh. What do you think about our red purpose Luffy effect, which is the ability to just decrease 3 dawn to bottom a 3k power bottom and then call a 4-cost under from your hand?
RP Law was a deck that when it first got released, we're not trying to beat around the bush here, but it wasn't really very good.
Underwhelming, right?
And it's a deck that slowly got support from over time from various sets. Not his own archetype of support, but support from every other archetype.
We can name a lot, right? Reiju, Killer Kid. Here we are seeing it like a 5-cost kit and Satipan. Satipan all comes from the original ST support. And here we're talking about like RP Law just taking the dominance of the board. However, Doffy not looking too bad with a 5k and 6k on the board and uses the leader. Gets a Moria. Gets to pick up a Shikibukai from the drop zone. And there we go, he picks up the new Buggy 2k counter, which is very interesting, I think. Where it is like a Perona, but unlike Perona, right, Buggy doesn't really go bottom, so you can't really fix what's in the top 3 of your deck. And there we see 7k, and I think Yang decides to block and also give a 2k counter away. 7 again. It is going to be very painful. Like, we talk about this a lot, Josh. 7k, a magic number.
That is true because it requires a 2-card guard here, and with Yong having already used the blocker kit and throwing a 2k while he was at it, JP is going full
Very
aggro here,
aggressive.
very aggressively, and hitting for 7. This magic number that you spoke of here repeatedly to Yong's life. Doesn't want to give him any room to breathe.
Yeah, really aggressive. Because if we go back to Yongster later, right? We talk about the number of attacks. So he has the Killer Kid, Sachipan, and Law. So that will be 3 attacks. If you look at JP's hand, it's really, really healthy as well. There are abundance of 2k shield. There are abundance of 1k shield, so he can protect the units. And Yong is going to go to 1 life versus JP's 4 life. And a really, really decent board with 2 5k and 1 6k on the board. While Yong here is still pretty slow, I would believe. Because right now, Yong needs to answer this board, but this is really, really rough for Yong.
Not being able to remove at least one character on the 5
previous
turn
turn, kind of
hurts Yong a lot, and it'll be interesting to see what he can do here. Like you said, now down to 1 life, and with JP's hand being pretty healthy and his board already being somewhat developed.
Yep.
It's interesting to see what Yong is able to do here.
This is really, really good from JP so far. So I believe you guys go to the fight to test the player's hand. Right, that's gonna. Okay, retake back. Just gonna double check.
He's gonna just
It's
gonna
been a
double
while,
check
you know.
It's been a while since we've seen Doffy in action. So
yeah, I love this man. I really love Doffy. It'll be very exciting to see Doffy in the first game here.
like I've mentioned previously from my own experiences, that Doffy does give Red Purple Law a bit of a tough time, and it's not a foregone conclusion that Red Purple Law will win this matchup.
Yep.
So we're seeing it on display right here.
Yeah, because when you're developing board without spending hand size, you are actually being able to preserve those hand size to counter guard your units on the board. We're saying exactly here, JP is just merely just calling out units and using Doffy effect to call. Like, he didn't even do anything particularly special. Like, none of the new cards are used here as well. I think the only exception you can say is that there is a 2k counter buggy that he just picked up. But other than that, nothing really special. Okay, so he is considering 7. Wow, that's a huge dawn commitment. 7 to the Jinbei. Forcing out a 2 and 1. And JP gives 2k, 1k counter.
And like you mentioned, JP's hand here is pretty healthy, so he can afford 2 and 1. He's probably assuming that Yong does have either the Gordon or maybe a Otama or Promo Law, so one character will be sent to the bottom deck this turn, so he wants to preserve as much of the board as he can.
Wow, we're going 7 again.
Going 7 again here from Yong, which means that it's very likely that he will not be putting another character down this turn other than the cost reducer, which
so like interestingly here is that putting 7 there means you're left with 3 Dawn. You don't really have much 3 Dawn units that you can think of that's good in this situation. There's Pudding, I guess, that will give you back Dawn. There's Zoro Rush, or there's Chopper Blocker, alright, interesting. But this doesn't answer the board. It merely just creates a board and also summon his own characters to the field. And okay, so just return. What does he call? I feel it has to be a rush.
Things not looking really good here for Yong.
Yeah, he can't even rage
seen
you.
a cost reducer since the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
And his hand, like you said, is pretty healthy. He's unable to call the rage now. Just going for multiple blockers this turn in hopes to tank out the next turn.
Going with 7 again.
Having put down the Chopper and the Sanji is able to play a bit more aggressively with the 5-cost kit, and having already taken 4 cards from JP's hand this turn, he's hoping that this 7 will be able to push through and kill at least one unit. Okay, and he does successfully get rid of the Gecko Moria, but
then, Josh, this is really dangerous. Like, we haven't even talked about this card actually. I don't know if he plays it, but JP does have, at least Blue has access to one of the most scariest events in my opinion, which is a, I believe it's Perfume. Is it called Perfume? Fur Perfume?
Oh yes, the blue version of Diablo Jambe.
Yeah, you can make it unblockable. So I think if JP actually runs it on hindsight, I think he's just going to go face He's going to 7 again, test his hand. It's like, surely, right, Red Purple Law has his kind of fake sometimes, full of like no shield card, no shield card. That was in the past. However, now with Black Maria, I think we have a total of averagely 12 to 14 2K counter.
Yes, the average amount of 2K counters in RP Law has increased with the inclusion of Black Maria.
Yeah.
So I would say most of them average around 14 to 16 2K counters.
Correct.
So, but like you said, it is a possibility that Yong's hand could
He's
be
the queen.
clouded with.
Oh, there's a flagship queen right there,
It's
Josh.
a flagship queen, and Black Maria here are going to go
go
for 7K or
Interesting.
going for the law. I believe he did not know that this was there.
Yeah.
So
that was just a call by random.
It's just a random call.
Yeah, but this law is very interesting. It allows you to bounce it back to hand, and then if your opponent's hand size is 6, they are forced to bottom 1 card from their card to hand, which is the main phase skill. However, even if your opponent doesn't have like 6 hand, you can still bounce it back to your hand as a 2K shield. So this is just more defense for JP right now. JP is looking like in the stroke, like really going for it. Going for his throat, in fact. I think Yong is considering maybe Sanji 2K, or maybe just take the damage.
That is true. I think that Yong might be wary of the event like you mentioned previously, the blue Diablo Jambe. So he is being pretty cautious and
gives the chopper.
Yes, doesn't seem to want to go down to 1 life and give JP that opening.
Yeah, but that is dangerous. Giving out the chopper, that means there's no secure way to minus power next turn and just swings 5 with the Jinbei. Yeah, I think this is just you can block for 6, that's free, alright. Plays the new law, which is allowing you to, as I mentioned, bounce back the Jinbei so you can reuse the Jinbei, and it's gonna bounce back the Sachipan to reduce the number of attack that RP Law can do.
Yes, JP going for more secure and stable play this turn, taking back the Jinbei so that he's able to cycle it and use it again the next turn whilst reducing the amount of attackers on Yong's board.
Yep.
Here, with JP being on 4 life, he can afford to take things a bit slower and try to redevelop his board once more. Assuming that this turn Yong can actually perform a bit of cleanup duty on
on the board.
JP's board.
Looking a bit.
But having considered that for the previous 2 turns, Yong didn't have any Gordon, Race Max or PR Law or any cost reducer for that matter, is unsure whether he can actually perform this cleanup duty this time. And you can see he's going for the queen here to dig for more resources.
I think one thing to point out is that the fact that he bounced the Sachipan, right, is that the attackers left are all blockers. Do you really want to attack with blockers at this current stage? You might want to, but that actually forces Yong in a position where, okay, I need to think about it. If I'm going to attack, I'm going to risk myself being opened up to attacks. Hence why I think the queen here is really good. If not, right, the only attacker he has is actually just Law. Like, this is looking really tough for Yong, and I hope that we can see whether he can take a Gordon or Max Ray.
And we see here he's deciding what card to discard.
Discards the Killer Kid.
Discards the Killer Kid
A
here.
card you often don't see being discarded, Josh.
It's not really what Yong needs at the moment. With JP being at 4 life, the Killer Kid will not be getting that 2k buff anytime soon.
Yep.
Probably really has to focus on trying to clear the board here. Unsure if he's managed to draw a cost reducer, a power reducer, sorry. So
to use the Sakazuki, I assume.
Yes. He used the Sakazuki and Luchi. You see here is deciding on how he would say. He's probably going 5k into the law. Oh, so going 5k to leader actually.
Wow.
He's taken. We can see here that he's taken the new Boar Hancock from the ST.
Yeah. So that's an interesting, aggressive approach there. You know, if I can't go for your board, might as well just go for your life, right? So you'll see. Okay, the RP Law is still use the little effect. Again, nothing to really bottom because all the powers are 4, 6, and 5. That's gonna call a Killer Kid, and then gets back the Dawn. Probably just
does end up going
for
the Killer Kid
5 to dive, and then just blocks with 2. Goes with Chopper. This is a very interesting turn here. A Zoro, wow, okay. So goes for the Zoro rush, and then Zoro goes for leader again. And JP just blocks. I think JP just want to be as healthy as possible because like he knows that it's very hard to kill Yong now. Yong has 3 blockers on the board, all 3 being 6k, so it's not as easy as it seems to penetrate through the defensive tool now. However, I do spy in my eye, JP does have the Jinbei in hand.
Yeah, this is the Jinbei that he picked up back from the previous turn here, and JP going for his signature 7k leader that he's been doing this entire game.
The best nothing can do wrong play, right? 7 to 5 is like, please block, give me a 2k, or give me a 2k, 1k. It's like the simplest, best move ever. Like, that's what's so interesting about the game. Like, a simple attack like this just makes everyone's life very, very hard. Or, if you are JP, makes his life very happy. So, we do see a block into the 2k. And then 7 again. Fantastic. This was 7 to leader again. Young hand is looking really,
really
really
has
strong.
3 cards left in his hand. At one point, he'd probably have to give up his blocker entirely without dropping a counter for it.
Yeah. But then again, do you think he has that many 2k counters to begin with? Because we do see a lot of them being like thrown left and right. We do know that he has such a pen in hand, which JP bounced it last turn. But despite having averagely 14 2k shields in the RP Law deck, you can't have it forever, right? It has to run out eventually, right?
Yes, that is true. And with RP Law being top deck gaming deck where there's no searches, so
it's very hard to
the
have
consistency of drawing everything
Yeah.
correctly at the right timing really isn't there. But it appears that Yong does have
Probably
a
a
surplus
sucky
of
pen.
2k counters in his hand, so he's
Yeah,
going to opt for
it's
the
a sucky
block
pen.
and 2k once again.
Oh.
That Shachipen having been bounced
Okay.
by JP the previous turn.
Oh, he's now going for 5. That is really, really high side. So it's like, okay, I've seen all the 2k. Now, do you have a 1k? And even if you have a 1k, are you willing to 6 for free? Because right now, JP is in the driver's seat. He's basically detecting the tempo plate. Yeah, Yong just gives free block right there. And I think for AP right now, it's probably thinking, okay, do I deal with the ball or do I go first? Because actually, if you look at the hindsight, right, Yong's board is very developed. And the Dawn count is not even very small. I think next turn, Yong is at 6 Dawn, which is potential again to replicate what JP does, 7, 7, 7. And JP might be in trouble. What do you think, Josh?
Yes, that's why I think that JP is actually considering his options here if he would want to go for the board and delay going for life for another turn here. He is considering, like you mentioned previously, I think he does have the Usopp rush in his hand. So I think he's considering if...
Goes for the Jinbei here.
Okay, but he is going for a stable play here, going for the Jinbei into the new Hancock from the ST, which is a very interesting card.
Yeah, on play, you can look at the top 3, rearrange the card. Oh, we do see that card, Josh.
Oh, we do see the
We
Perfume
do see a
Femir,
Perfume
which
Femir.
is basically the Diablo Jambe of the Shichibukai.
Yeah.
So he does notice it there.
Yeah, just leave it top there. And
probably
then,
just going to leave it
yep.
at the top.
And then, Boas, in fact, will be able to attach 1 Rested Dawn, which is very interesting. And most of the deck support do have this like inclusion of putting a Rested Dawn to a character. And Zilla use the Law effect to bounce it back to hand, so they have more than 2. Just making sure with his opponent, they're fine, alright. And then probably just 7. This is really good from JP. Very solid turn. Nothing is get wasted. Everything is being used efficiently. All the Dawns are being used efficiently. Being able to even call the new Crocodile here, which is insane. Basically, so-called the mini ratio of the deck. So what you do is that you reveal top deck. If it's a Shichibukai 7 Warlock, you basically draw 2 and put 1 card to the top deck. So in this case, it's just going to draw back the Perfume, and then you're going to put Usopp Rush to the top deck. So swinging 7 to the leader. Just going face, Josh.
Yes, we can see that having gotten the Perfume Femir from the top of his deck. He knows that he just needs to push Yong to 0 here.
And survive.
And he will definitely be able to end the game despite the fact that Yong has many blockers. So I think Yong here is pretty much at a pinch of having to go for the game. So
yeah, I think Yong is forced to go for game here because I don't see any world where even if you assume your opponent doesn't have the perfume, I don't think there's any scenario where you win against this board. Gosh, it's a ski. I don't think you can answer the ball. This is really, really rough for Yong. However, you can see the power of red purple law here. Despite having like no reducers, power reducers, he's still maybe that's face to face with Doffy just by sheer board value. Draw, Dawn manage. And don't forget, the board is menacing. 6k unit, 6k unit, 6k unit, 3 of them. And also a potential 7 from Killer Kid. Once the opponent reaches 2 life, Killer Kid here is actually just a 7k. And he does block straight up, not even giving a chance. Like, nope, I'm not going to let you have your 7.
Very good move there from JP, knowing that it's a classic RP Law play, attaching 2 Dawn to something before using the 1 cost to place down a Gordon or Race Max, and then using the leader effect to bot deck
that blocker. Yeah.
So JP straight up not falling for it, giving the blocker straight away here. And now Yong has to consider his options. He only has 4 Dawn left to play with. Plus that Kid would give you back 1 upon the minus.
Let's assume he put all the 6k 1 Dawn, right? So he's only left with 1 active Dawn. And then what's the biggest number you can make like 7 and 6. Oh, he's just gonna.
If he is able to minus into another Killer Kid, he'd probably be able to go for 7, another 5 times.
So 2 and 1.
Because
just not
the
giving.
Kid will return 1 here. Killer Kid can go 7. Sanji Kid and Queen will then be able to go 7 as well.
So 3 hand right now. Interesting.
So I
think Yong had to go in?
Yeah, I think it will be pretty close here. You can see that Yong is debating putting 2 Dawn on the Killer Kid. Probably trying to go for bot.
Maybe he's just assuming that
and
the
preserve all his
perfume
blockers here, but we know.
Yeah, we know. We caster know, but
what is in JP's hand here? He is ready and primed to go for game the next turn.
Yeah, we know, but as Yong, right, we probably never seen the perfume as much as you probably. Okay. Otama here, alright, interesting. Otama here to bottom the crocodile.
Oh no, I believe he minused into the Otama. Did he minus into the Otama? No. Okay. He paid 1 Dawn to call Otama, then he's going to minus.
Yeah. As cute as Otama is, I don't think he will champion into Otama.
Yes, that is true.
As cute as she is.
Okay, minus into
Reiju, one of the most in the deck, which is where you see right now, draw the 2, but pretty late draws, I would say.
Yes, definitely. Yong did need this card much earlier. This and Queen to try to fish him any power reducer really early. Allowed JP to develop his board way too much. And now with 1 Dawn left. Yong is considering his options.
Kid effect. Remember run them effects, run them off. He is gonna
replace the Reiju.
Replace the Reiju.
And finally, the first Race Max / Gordon of the game here. Very, very late.
Extremely late, in fact. So 6 into the 3 and just gonna give it up. And I'm pretty safe, right? 3 blockers, right? What can go wrong, Josh?
This is what happens when you're not familiar. But then again, I don't think Yong really had much options this game, having not drawn the power reducers.
I don't think Yong is at fault to actually play like this, because honestly speaking, if I'm Yong, I probably won't play around it too, because you're in a position where you're kind of like need to play to win, and I don't think that you can play to win with any of the scenario. And we do see the perfume. Perfume is 2 Dawn, I believe.
Yep, perfume is 2 Dawn and gives plus 2k power.
Yeah. Unblockable as well. He's just gonna do it, and Doffy unblockable, and good game. That's right. JP takes the first game of the stream game. How do you feel, Josh?
Definitely
Doffy.
Very happy to see Doffy pick up a win here against Arpila. Like I mentioned previously, this matchup is not exactly straightforward for RP Law. So yeah, it isn't exactly a free win, despite RP Law being the so-called best deck in the format currently. And especially, this was actually an excellent game to see some of the new cards from the ST being played.
Yeah.
And the power of Doffy and what it actually can do.
Yeah, I think the law was interesting because actually the law negating one attack from the law play is very, very like key in my opinion, because it might seem like, oh, you're just reducing one attack. What's so good about it? Well, it's the fact that if you look at the board state, right, the other attackers are blockers, and as a law player, you kind of don't want to attack with your blockers sometimes. I do understand sometimes you want to, but he was put in a position where you're one life. Like, putting yourself in one life, and then you look at your board state, okay, do I really want to attack with a blocker? Like, if you just attack with a blocker, right, you can just die out of nowhere because the opponent will just like, we saw JP has this tendency to just 7-7-7 phase. He's not even like aiming for the board. He only has one objective and one objective. He wants to get the win straight off. Not even winning to board, just going for phase. Which is very, very interesting because I think most Doffy game plan aim for the board or try to go a bit later on to the Gravity Blade, right? The 7 Dawn event, which technically bottoms 2-6 cost, which is very strong against RP Law. But here we see JP, nah, I don't need that. I'll just go phase, and then I'll just draw cards, I'll pick up value, and then I'll defend my board, and then eventually, somehow, hook by crook, I'll win the game.
Yep, JP going for a much more aggressive playstyle here, knowing that he runs cards like the Perfume Femer, so he just needs to keep up the pressure and try to get down, Yong down to 0, so that eventually he can use the anti-block. And it was actually pretty unfortunate for Yong not being able to draw the power reducers early in the game, so being unable to clear JP's board. So JP's board was pretty much developed throughout the entire game, and in the early parts of the game he did manage to accumulate a bunch of hand size, and there was a turn in particular, I think it was the 5 down turn, where he managed to expand about 4 cards guarding his board, and the momentum took him through and eventually won him game 1.
Yep, I think that's all great and well drawn, but we too are pretty worn out from the game 1, so we're going to take a quick break. Don't miss us, we'll be right back after this break.
Pink felt. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Grand Asia Open 2024 here in Malaysia. We are now about to start round 2 after having seen Blue Doffy take the game against RP Law in round 1. JP having a great game beating Yong's RP Law.
It's probably what I would expect.
It's probably what you wouldn't expect, but having got some new buffs from the recently released STs, JP successfully piloted the Doffy deck to a round 1 victory against the number 1 meta contender, RP Law.
Pepper Law.
And definitely looking forward to see what else we will see from these new STs in round 2 and beyond.
Yeah, talk about it, Josh. What do you think besides the Doffy? What else do you think
I've heard many people say good things about the Katakuri support, as well as buffs to the Uta with the 9-core Shanks being incredibly powerful. And I have a few friends who have begun testing Smoker as well, and had some good things to say about it. So definitely looking forward to see what these players have brought out for us here today.
Yeah, and actually it's really interesting that not only do they actually buff the respective leader, they also buff Rara's deck, and I do think that the most interesting one was the Whitebeard ST, where I'll be very frank, I think the Omen is past his time. You know?
Yes, that
it
is
is time to put him to bed. But I will say his support does breathe life towards a deck that previously has his same archetype support, Marco. Red Marco. And particularly the 6-cost Whitebeard, which is really, really interesting because I really think it's just like a perfect fit for the Marco deck.
Yes, definitely the 6-cost Marco from this new ST definitely fits incredibly well into the Marco deck, alongside the new Ace as well.
It's like a made in heaven, right? Because they both have the Whitebeard archetype. Rush, the Ace also has the Rush, which is not that bad. The Whitebeard in particularly, the synergy, being able to just call it down when you have 6 Dawn, although you need Marco's effect to be at 1 Dawn, right? It's not. On play Whitebeard 6-cost effect, attach 1 rested Dawn to any character or leader. Attach it to Marco effect triggers, and then you can draw 1 and then put 1 top to bottom, and then reduce the power of an enemy character by 2. Okay, and oh behold, Whitebeard effect, rested, and then Alright, guys, we are back. Sorry for a bit of technical problem, but we are back. And Josh, are you excited for the game for round 2?
Definitely looking forward to seeing what are the new decks that we will see here in round 2, hoping to see something different from round 1. After having seen JP pilot the blue Doffy, it makes me excited to think that we could possibly see other decks that have been supported by the new ST that recently released this past week.
Yeah, I think it's really, really interesting. Like, as we were talking about the fact that some of the ST cards actually just support other types, such as a Marco, being supported by the new Whitebeard, which is just huge synergy, in fact. And then we can talk about Katakuri, something that you yourself mentioned that looks pretty strong. I think 5-cost Katakuri.
Yeah,
Really
the new
good.
5-cost Katakuri being a blocker, and then with the ability of activate main, you'll be able to check the top card of your life, flip it face up, and then you are able to attach one rested Dawn to your leader. So it actually gives Katakuri the ability to know his own life and then alter it top or bottom, or alternatively look at the opponent's life and then move it top or bottom. And all this while being on 5 Dawn, where previously Katakuri didn't exactly have the best 5 Dawn drop, with the previous 5 Dawn drop primarily being something like Gedatsu, and with the introduction of Egghead Nami. But with this Katakuri being part of the Charlotte archetype and being searchable from Pudding, so the consistency of the deck in general overall has been increased, and lo and behold, we can see here, this is it, Katakuri.
Yeah, hindsight, we weren't even told that it was just Katakuri. We weren't even told. We just kind of talk about it, and lo and behold, Mr. Atlas Gamer is just actually playing the yellow Katakuri. And then we have again Red Purple Law, not a surprise, piloted by Henry Hong this time. So it'll be 5-5 leader. We see a pretty quick turn, 5-5, and then straight away just a Black Maria, just straight up, Josh.
Straight up calling the Black Maria here and deciding to go for the -3
Wow,
straight into Reiju. Probably
Reiju.
doesn't exactly have the best hand here, so opting to go for the immediate draw, and then with the Black Maria effect, getting 5 rested Dawn and then ending his turn going to 2. I did notice that with the Reiju he actually drew 1 Gordon and 1 Race Max, so he has enough power reducers for the next few subsequent turns. And
Onami coming out here.
Mr. Atlas Gamers going for the Onami gem on with the leader 8k with the banish.
Yep, and this is very powerful because you are asking Law to, hey man, either lose a hand or lose 2 hands and a life.
Yes, in this situation, I think with Harry being at 4 life and having to expand 2 cards from his hand to guard or lose 1 card from his life, I think you'd much rather just trash and lose 1 card from his life. And we can see here he does trash the Queen, and Mr. Atlas Gamers, let's call him AG from now on for simplicity's sake. Mr. AG here, just passing his turn here. Relative, we can see that he does still running the 8-cost Katakuri in his hand.
Yeah, very interesting.
Still running Gedatsu as well, which he did use to guard before. We can see he does have a 10-cost Big Mom and a Kikunojo in his hand as well.
Going for the 5 here, which is in normal circumstances quite okay, quite safe. But here, you're playing against yellow, and we all know about yellow. Here comes, boom, Josh, boom.
And there we go, the trigger on the Onami, immediately KOing the Black Maria.
That's really huge because now Henry can't even get the Dawn back, because maybe Henry thought, okay, nothing's gonna happen to my Black Maria, and Black Maria now is gone. So now Henry has to think about, am I able to develop board while managing my Dawn, right?
Yes, that is true, because minusing your Dawn here would put you at 3 Dawn the following turn, which is
not ideal, Josh.
Definitely not ideal. Probably Harry should have considered using the Black Maria beforehand. This is something that a lot of players should be more wary of, especially against decks that have trigger effects, KO trigger effects, such as most yellow decks in general, even Luchi with the Rankyaku, Husu, being able to KO 3 costs or less.
Yep. So we do see him reducing here. I think Sachi Pen is ideal. Or Black Maria again, if you have another one.
Harry deciding what he can minus. So minus into the Rush Zoro here.
Right.
And then swinging leader for 5, deciding to just go face
And
can see-
I
oh,
see a boat.
Mr. AG here has triggered a
I
thunderbolt.
see a boat. Oh, that's the power of just playing yellow, right? He's just making sure. What is that? It's Thunderbolt, right? Thunderbolt, yes. Boom. Henry just lost 2 boards just like that, Josh.
It's quite unfortunate for Harry here with Mr. AG triggering 2 KO cards in a row. And then right now, because Mr. AG
But we
has
do notice
blocked the
something
Parasparrow.
interesting. The drawback of triggering all these cards, right? They don't go to hand exactly. So when you trigger these cards actually, right, you are reducing your hand size, which is something that you don't want to do against Law, if I'm being honest, because the problem is that Law is a very aggressive deck that just goes for life, and here we see the Parasparrows being played down first. I believe, yeah, just making sure. I do think that being able to remove both the ratio and the Mario is huge, but again, what do we do from here, Josh?
It would be. It is interesting to see what AG will do here. Will he opt to go for the board, or will he aim for life? He is aiming for life. Checks his own top life and leaves it at top. So
Leave it at top and also just leave up the board. And like, to be honest, for AG, I think it is really safe for him. There isn't any threatening 5-cost units that will be developed from Henry's side. The only threatening unit I think of is probably Sanji. The 6-cost Sanji is probably very threatening. But other than that, pretty safe from Atlas, considering there will be no Queen, no Kid.
I guess, like you mentioned previously, he did opt to go for life here because of the low Dawn count that Harry is playing at here. But it doesn't help that his hand is accumulating many of the no counter cards.
Yeah, that's really. How do I put this? This is just a take life kind of a situation. Oh, Satori here, triggering the Satori. Interesting. Probably giving a upfront bluff that, hey man, my hand is like 3, but it's all counters, man. You're not gonna go in. I know you. I know Law. You're gonna play safe. And here's the thing about Law as well. Law actually has a pretty good matchup against the smaller units for AG, right? Because Katakuri units usually needs to be on KO effect. So for example, bottom, and then the one Hiko no Jo, those things require you to be KO effect. They have powerful effects, but against RP, it's meaningless.
That is true. Against RP Law, a deck which just sends cards straight to the bottom of the deck. And these things being really easy to be sent to the bottom of the deck here is not ideal for AG, and with his hand being as such 1 Katakuri, 2 Tenmam and 1 Nami, I believe, which he just drew, he is in a bit of trouble here, despite the fact that Harry is actually playing with a relatively low Dawn count. He will be at 4 the next turn, but his board is somewhat already developed, and if he does have 1 Killer Kit in his hand, it's very likely he would be able to try to push for game the next turn.
Yep, and we do see the ratio last turn as well from Henry. So Henry has a lot of resource in hand.
Definitely should be able to gut this out.
Yep, and you might consider, well, that's a lot of Gordons and Max Ray.
I do see the Pure Law in his hand and the Blocker Law in his hand. Most likely will give up one of those.
I think Henry's position here, I think you want to protect your units. Yeah, just give up the Queen. They're probably never going to reach 5 Dawn.
Never going to reach 5 Dawn, yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
I would assume that AG this turn is going to aim for the Katakuri to put his own Satori to life to get back a 2k counter into his hand.
Yes, I do believe that is the play, because I don't think you want to be sitting at 1 life against Law right now. But the fact is that Law actually does have a pretty... Oh, not even swinging in. Interesting.
That's pretty interesting there from AG, opting to not swing with his Satori and straight away using the Katakuri to send his own Satori to life. And Harry here being at 4 Dawn, however, not... With being at 2 life, you could say that Harry is still pretty safe this turn. He could actually just opt to swing in with all his Dawn and not even minus. Play with a higher Dawn count the following turn.
I think because in most scenario, right, most Katakuri won't be able to end the game next turn. being at 2 life, that means you need 3 attacks or a trash life. Most of the effects of trash life, however, to begin with, and then there are only 2 attacks on Atlas side, so I think Atlas here is not gonna win next turn as well. So Henry here is just gonna, I'm just gonna poke 5/5/5, see what happens, and we see exactly like 1k counter into a tick. So at the end 5k again, testing Atlas hands. So Atlas here counters here, and if you're Henry, you probably have a lot of information like, he took the 1, and then like tick again. We know that he can't guard now, and alright, so do I just go in with my pudding? Develop board. So yeah, I think there's a lot of information right there that's given, because Atlas ways of just taking life and guarding there was a lot of information being revealed.
That is true here, and I think Harry is considering if he should jam all his remaining Dawn to the pudding and hit, or just go for a safer 6 and then use both the Gordons in his hand to board deck the Katakuri and get an additional board on his hand. With 5 board on his field, I'm pretty sure the game will be guaranteed the following turn. However, even opting to jam to the pudding this turn will not put him in any danger at all.
Yeah.
Being still at 2 life, but however, he is going for the play to board deck the Katakuri. However, little does he know, if he were to put 2 Dawn to his pudding, he would still win the game anyway. He would still win the game anyway.
It's still swing 6, right? I mean, you're like,
yeah,
okay.
so I assume he would still be swinging 6. Deciding to go for the minus straight away.
Is that Killer Kid in hand?
I believe he does not have the Killer Kit in his hand. Might just go for the blocker. However, we can see here it is a pretty dire situation for AG here on the Katakuri, with only 3 cards in his hand, 2 of them being 10 mum.
Gamer.
There's not much that he can do, especially with this Black Maria coming down onto the field right now. It looks like it is... The situation is pretty dire here for AG, and
not opting
to not swing with the pudding as well. Interesting choice.
Very interesting choice we see today.
However, there shouldn't be much that AG should be able to do. Probably will just go for the 10 mum this turn.
Yeah, that's the, I would say maybe a downside for some people, but an upside for some people about Katakuri is that it's a very straightforward deck. Like, as much as I want to say that, you know, sometimes the games are complicated, but for Katakuri, sorry to say is that your deck, at least the deck that you're playing, doesn't have much big plays. Usually you just end up with 1 unit being played, and then you just play for the turn. So in this case, it's probably just the big mum 10. Because there is not much things you can do right here. It's just going to go for it, and then trash 1 life. Probably swing with the Katakuri and pass the turn back to Henry and hope that the top life is something great, I guess. Maybe Kieru?
Maybe the 0 cost option, or...
maybe another KO card. We'll never know, Josh.
I'm wondering why he discarded the 10 cost Big Mum from his hand.
Huh. That's an interesting observation.
I was trying to understand why it was happening. best game from AG. His hand wasn't exactly optimal. Did get two pretty good triggers at the start, but wasn't able to follow up on that pressure.
Yeah, that's the issue with yellow decks in general, where the board state doesn't really help a lot against the meta game, because like in our meta games you kind of want to have a strong early board develop. Like even decks like Luchi and BR Luffy actually have a decent 5 cost turn. So we can just think of like the iconic one, like for Luchi, right? They have the what's his name again? The Kaku. There's Luchi 4 cost that can. It's still a 6k. That can be bottom by the Luchi. Bottom by the law. But it is still being able to KO 2 effects, which is really, really good. And then you have like B1 Luffy's Zabo, which is a draw to discard 2, really good setup. And then you also have the Luffy 5 cost, trash 1 life to get AK. However, for yellow in particular, nothing of that sort stands out. Probably just the new ST Katakuri that, again, is just a blocker. Yeah, sure, it gives you 7k, but other than that, it just gets removed so easily by law without having done anything significant in the game.
That is true. Like you mentioned previously, Katakuri is pretty linear in its plays and its capabilities. And in this metagame that we're currently in, you either probably need to have a bot that is immune to being KO'd
or having KO yourself, right?
KO'd or bottom deck, or you probably need to be able to go wide in one single turn, or else your bot will get answered pretty easily by the top dogs of this meta like NL, RP Law and Luchi, where they are easily able to KO at least one character every turn. So if you don't have a character with some sort of immunity or able to place multiple characters in a turn, you will most likely lose out on the tempo itself, which is what Katakuri does every turn. It is consistent in the fact that it is able to drop one good body every turn, but the decks of the current metagame just are able to answer it very easily.
Yeah, because like Katakuri also has a problem with like a lot of no counters, and like we saw this now, like I think in most situations AG would have easily guarded 1k against that onslaught of 5k. But because his hand is full of no counter cards, it's just unfortunate that AG just is forced to take all those damage. And it's kind of forced with a very really like back off situation where, okay, I have no choice, I'll just take, and then during my turn, I'll try my best to clear the board, which is very tough because AG did draw Reiju twice, meaning he has the resource to refill the hand size so that he can guard for the units that are rested. And then he also has the Black Maria as well, which is able to just, mind again, he was 4 down, he went back all the way to 9 in one turn, which is really strong. This shows you the power of Black Maria right now, being able to, even though you are aggressively minusing Dawn, aggressively putting out units, in the past, that's the penalty for playing RP Law aggressively. Like, okay, I play all this board, but my Dawn is small, so technically speaking, you always hit like 5. Not with Maria now. Maria gives back 9 Dawn. That means you're able to next turn develop a board or just swing 7, which is just an insane value from just one card.
Yeah, most definitely. We saw that in the early part of the game, he dropped the Black Maria and went into the Reiju straight away. And despite the Black Maria being removed the following turn, he still managed to recover and place a lot of his board down and slowly chip away at the Katakuri's hand size and eventually win the game.
Yep. And with that, I think we're going to take a small break. So don't leave, guys. We'll be right back.
that I need. Now that I know for sure, it's not the answer, but no reason to standing on my feet. Got everything in my hand, so come forward to tell me. Here I go, I'm ready to jump into another day. If I just can close my eyes, I can see it clear, the dreams I had, it lays in front of me. So you and I dive into the new world. I know that we can rewrite all of the rules that keep us standing in the way. You and I work in the world. And when I'm falling apart, I know you'll always be there to take my hand. Together we will on the journey, searching for the light. Full life.
And we are back here in Grand Asia Open Malaysia 2024. Here, currently we are preparing for round 3. 2 rounds have passed. We have seen a Doffy, we have seen Katakuri, and of course we have seen Red Purple Law. And yet, Josh, what have you not seen that you feel like you'll probably see next round?
I definitely feel that we will sometime in this tournament we will come across the Luchi and BY Luffy as well as NL throughout this tournament. Those are 3 also extremely popular decks that most players opt to bring for big tournaments in this current metagame. So definitely looking forward to see something different instead of the usual RP law shenanigans. But with the deck being so powerful, it is no surprise that we will eventually continue to see it in the latter stages of the tournament.
Yeah, and also like as we are seeing here, there are like a lot of things here. Not just the tournament itself, right? We also have maybe later the the Gunslinger event, which to participate you just need to mini play and then collect points, I believe, and then you'll be rewarded the EX pack.
Yes, that is true. There are plenty of things to do here at the Grand Asia Open, such as like with the side events, and also there is a merchandise store which you are able to visit to get many of the amazing TCG products which are filled with One Piece products and other Bandai games as well, such as like Union Arena, Digimon, and so on.
There's a lot of variety here, even a tutorial. We have even a Digimon right in front of us, although today we're not covering Digimon, unfortunately. There are just a lot of things going on, and you can see a lot of players, Josh, just turning up playing this game right now. As we are waiting for round 3, I believe. What, Josh, do you think? I personally think that we might finally see the Luchi, I think. It's about time. You know, we see the Luchi.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Luchi is an extremely popular deck here in Malaysia. Like I mentioned previously, a lot of Malaysians have deviated from Sakazuki to Luchi once Sakazuki got hit. So it will come as no surprise if we do eventually see the deck pop up here. And just a reminder that we should be having 8 rounds of Swiss here. The format is a triple elimination. So basically, once you have lost 3 games, then you will be out. So we're only 2 rounds in and 6 rounds to go, with the top cut being tomorrow. I believe they will be cutting to a top 32. So plenty more One Piece action for everybody to enjoy.
Yeah,
and
like talk about the top 32 cut. There are so many prizes to be given away today. We have, from what I remember, at least top 64 Kobe flagships given away. Then we have also Cavendish being given away. We will have Reiju flagships, and then of course our top 8 gets the Syria Shanks Asia version today. And also, not but least, I believe our top 4 today, or top 8 will get our invite as well for the Asia final.
I believe it's either the top 4 or the top 2 will be getting the invite to the regional finals to play against the winners from the recent CS championship held here in Malaysia, the 1v1 which was held last month, as well as the upcoming winners of the 3v3 which will be happening next weekend.
Yep, just a lot of prizes, a lot of participation to give it a lot. And can we just talk about the cool background that we have right there behind us, the moving action, and then here comes the Gear 5 Luffy behind us. How did you feel, Josh, having Luffy next to you, Josh?
I feel inspired.
Inspired?
Like I can be the Pirate King.
You can be the Pirate King. I think we all can be a Pirate King. If you believe it so, even you sitting home there could just pick up a deck, go to your nearest game store and be a Pirate King. It doesn't have to be a flagship. It could be a standard battle. It could be with your friends. It could be with your family. It could be with anyone. You can just pick up this game and play this enjoyable game, Josh. How will you ever expect the game to grow as big as it is today?
I mean, when the game was first introduced, I did know that it would be popular, but not to this extent, with the prize cards and also tournament scenes such as like the flagships and 8-pack battles and so on being extremely popular and more often than not being at maximum capacity, and large-scale events such as like the Championship, Bandai Cup Fest, as well as this Grand Asia Open is also a full house. So definitely can see that the game has become extremely popular and will only continue to grow.
Yeah, like I never well dream to like imagine casting here and then looking at the number of players and then also the hype around it. Like the game is only like what, we only have our first anniversary.
Yeah, it's, this year will be the second anniversary.
Like it's just insane to see how much the game has grew in terms of the community, the player base. The game itself has grew a lot, where we started off with 4 colors, and then slowly we have the 5th color black, and then we have yellow as well. And then eventually the meta game has changed a lot. You remember back then we were just playing cookie cutter with Kaido, purple Kaido as the green kid, and the infamous red-green law.
Yes,
those were the days,
true.
Josh.
Much simpler times here.
Yeah, simpler times. And now we just went from a meta game where there are insane cards such as Gekomura 8 cost. There is the Reishu, an insane card that just draws to, and then leaders as well become even more crazy, like Red Purple Law, a leader that literally I can remove a bot and develop a bot. Black Yellow Luffy is an interesting mechanic that says I can stay at high defense while being able to develop a bot as well. And then many various creative decks such as the Reiju deck as well. Like I want to give a shout out to Reiju, one of my favorite archetype of deck, where it's a simple effect. Every time -1 Dawn, you draw a card. And it might just seem simple, but with the combination of the Germa 66 package, we will be able to like get a lot of value and also board. And speaking of value and board, we have a very interesting matchup here, Josh. What do we have, Josh?
We have the battle of the yellow supremacy between NL and Katakuri. It's refreshing to see a game that does not include RP law. So historically speaking, Katakuri generally does have the edge in this matchup because of 10 Mum, but with NL getting more and more support throughout the course of its release in OP5 all the way to OP8, and the inclusion of cards such as Ace and Raigo, it has gotten more answers to what Katakuri can provide. So this matchup is a lot closer now than what it was previously. So definitely interesting to see how this one turns out. Katakuri, like we mentioned before, and as you all have seen earlier, has gotten support from the TD as well. So both decks definitely have a lot more firepower than what it used to back in the day. So definitely interested to see how this one turns out.
I think like if we want to look at it this way, Katakuri is much more of a centric archetype focus on the Big Mom Pirates and has access to the 10 cost Mum. However, for NL, you don't really have that, but you have a really, in my opinion, one of the most powerful leader effect, and making yellow one of the contender for a meta deck, because like it just like a cockroach, it cannot die, George. It's so hard to get rid of NL. Like if you think, oh, for 1 second, I probably can win the game. He's just 1 life. That 1 life is not 1 life. That's a scam, Josh.
That
and
is
you know what's the scary part about NL? NL runs a lot of healing cards, and over the time has gotten very powerful. We started off with the 9 cost Yamato. We thought, okay, that's cute. And then 10 cost is come and bam, a really powerful 10/10 unit. On play, you can heal 1, and if your life is less than 2, you are able to gain rush. A 10/10 rush, Josh.
It's an extremely powerful card, Ace is, and the moment it came out, we all knew that this was NL support.
Yes.
As you can see here, probably
down.
having, I assume, lost the dice roll. Sid has gone first, getting the 10 Mum from the pudding, and then proceeding to pass his turn. And Ding, who is the yellow NL player, traditionally NL doesn't really do much
they don't really do
in
much
the early parts of the game. Passing more often than not, and in specific matches, even doesn't hit life in the early stages of the game to deny opponent resources and hand
Yep.
size.
7. Oh, that's interesting. Is that Voltage Thunder? I believe that's a card where you KO based on your life or opponent's life, I believe.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
Yes, KO based on your opponent's life. And we can see here that
Sid is just being aggressive, man.
Sid is just being aggressive here. Probably doesn't have the Parasparrow to drop on the 3-turn turn, so just opting to
Go 5-5.
shove down onto the pudding to
Yep.
swing. And Ding is considering his options here. Like we mentioned previously, NL doesn't really have much things to do in the early phases of the game. They do run a few small cost things such as Onami and the Shirahoshi blocker, but considering the fact that he hit 6 this turn, it's definitely not Onami. And,
Yeah, and then just
you
gonna
can see if
pass
he's
it
just going to pass
really
his turn.
open. Interesting play there.
Having eaten the first 2 damage already, Ding is already down to 2 life. And
And then here comes the Katakuri with the leader effect, being able to see, probably want to see Ding's life. And then like, okay, so what is it? Like, it's interesting in Yellow Mirror, right, where both decks have a lot of powerful triggers and both just want to be able to manipulate that said trigger. So, and Katakuri being known for literally able to manipulate the life of both his and his opponent, which is really good. And here you see the Shirahoshi. Sid didn't see that, but Sid does know what is in the last life for Ding, which is very interesting when you put it to the bottom of the life pile there. And here we see Ding draw 3, discarding 2, discarding a, is that NL?
yes, the 7 cost NL.
Yeah, discarding NL, which
I
is a very,
believe that is the 7 cost NL.
Yeah.
think it is.
yeah,
Can't really tell from here. It could be a Geratsu or 7 cost NL. I think it's the 7 cost NL. Anyway,
but
yeah,
I don't
discards.
recall this alternate art NL, but
Can't really see it from here.
we will see. But anyway, speaking of 7 cost NL, it's a very interesting card this meta, right? Where there are a lot of removers, and NL 7 cost is kind of like really core right now because it's going against Luchi, it's going against RP Law. I think it's not really a bad card in this meta game right now. And then we see Sid just plays down the Okiku Nujo, which is really strong because besides Katakuri 8 cost, Yellow don't really have a good way to answer this without triggering the effect.
The heal effect.
Yep.
You can see here, Ding just gonna go for 5. He does have 6 Dawn this turn. Maybe he would opt to burn the Kikunojo.
Yep, he is going to be playing that card, killing the Kiko no Jo, and then Kiko no Jo effect will be able to heal back that same life that he just took. And that's why Kiko no Jo is just a powerful card, and like why RP Law is so good against it, because RP Law just, I'm not going to trigger a KO effect, it just goes bottom, and then you use a unit. But every other normal matchup decks, you will probably have to trigger the Kiko no Jo. If not, that thing is swinging you every turn, 6. They're just asking 2k counter every turn. And here we see Sid just going 7 to life and seeing the old life, putting to the top. Then it's this life, no trigger, proceeds to heal 1. And here we see Anno's powerful effect.
You can see that Sid has put down the new Big Mom from the latest ST here.
He's still trying to resolve the NL leader effect. I think, yep. You have to resolve that first before resolve. Yep, he is going to resolve. So he is going to resolve the new 6-month ST effect, which is a really powerful effect. So on play, you can discard 1 card from hand, and if you do, opponent has to choose between losing a life or discarding 2 cards from their hand.
And we can see here that Ding is most likely going to go for the 2 cards discard instead of the life trashing option. He is deciding what cards to draw. Does go for the Maiga Kiero, and also considering his last option here, I wouldn't say that Ding is in a particularly bad spot, but he isn't in the best position either.
I think he is a bit concerned because your opponent is really healthy. Like that's 5 life.
Yes,
That's
that is
really
true.
healthy. And like NL doesn't really have a win con besides hitting opponent life to 0. And yes, NL do create a very menacing board at the end game. There are a lot of powerful high-end units such as a 9k Yamato, a 10k Ace, and also there's a Katakuri. But those things are not to be feared of if your opponent's life is high. Because if your life is high, you're not really that concerned. That means you're not going to be losing anytime soon. And don't forget, Katakuri just has one of the most powerful yellow cards in the format, which only is accessible to Katakuri, but not to NL, the 10 cost Mum. The more powerful 10, 12 on play, trash opponent's life and kill one life.
Yes, that is usually the card that wins Katakuri this matchup, with the Tenmum trashing the life from the NL and denying the hand and forcing the NL to discard one hand to proc the leader ability, thus reducing the hand size in general. Oh, we can see here that Sid does play the brand new 5-cost Katakuri. We did highlight this card earlier.
Katakuri effect as well.
Yeah, opting to not use the effect this turn.
Probably doesn't
want to reveal the information to his opponent by giving the top life. So just opting to go a bit wider this turn with the Katakuri and the Paraspero. We can see, he runs the Nekomamushi as well.
A lot of what we want to call cards that jump from life.
Yep.
And here we see the Thunderbolt
triggering the Raite here to burn the Shirahoshi, preventing any Katakuri shenanigans.
Yeah, which is really good. I was about to say, preventing Katakuri, which unfortunately he does have the ace. But I think it's pretty heads-up play because you're not really afraid of the 5k on the board, if I'm being honest here. You're more afraid of, I don't want him to take more cards. Shirahoshi into Katakuri, that's pretty scary, so I'll just get rid of it. And again, we do know that Sid saw that live, and yeah, I think this is Sid. This is what we call the standard Katakuri play, right?
Yep.
I was swimming with all my units, and then you play the big, bad X Yonko. Spoiler alert, I guess, but yeah. The Yonko, Big Mom, Charlotte, Lin, heal one trash. This is such a powerful effect. I still think this is one of the scariest units that was ever printed.
Even the art is extremely scary.
Yeah, after the art is scarier. And here we see the usage of the new ST. Incredible, like being able to just slam the 10-mum while manipulating life. Right here, Josh.
Yes, and we can see that he did reveal the Flame Splitter and decides to move it to the bottom. The Flame Splitter has been a very popular card since its release, with people running it in the Yamato deck as well, with the ability to rest 4-cost blocker and it being a main / counter, so dual usability.
Yeah.
And we can see now it's
really good as well because the fact that it's gives 1k permanent for the turn. So interestingly, if you notice the meta game just now we have a lot of decks that goes 5, 5, 5. Of course, they swarm the board, right?
Yep.
You can't do that if your opponent is just 6k, which is why Spin Fister is very, very interesting because not only does it rest the 4 cost, which is traditionally what a lot of swarm deck does, it also gives your opponent a harder time to go in, just like that. And if they want to go for a 6k leader, they have to attach one Dawn commitment, where we saw like previous games, that's not that easy because you want to develop the board. So I think Spin Fister is a really, really powerful choice in the meta. And here, back to the game, we see Anno going into the Perils, and he can just free block here, I believe. So 6 protects the 5. The Katakuri is exposed to danger, but I don't think you're too concerned about the Katakuri dying at this point.
Yes,
just checking whether it's a blocker or not, I believe.
With these new cards all coming out very recently, so just clarification on some of the effects, and Sid opting to go for the block here with the Katakuri, and the ace now will be able to swing into the Katakuri if he chooses to do so. But I would say that for NL it's a bit of like he does need to consecutively draw his healing cards, else he's probably running on a bit of a timer here against
10 into Paraspero is interesting, but that just buys time. That's the 10-mum.
That's the 10-mum that Sid was probably looking for. He definitely will take that trade, a Paraspero dying to get a 10-mum.
The son dies for the mum.
The son dying for the mum.
Yeah, and I think this is just a standard. I don't know how many times I'll say this, but just Katakuri good stuff. 5-5. The deck is just good. Like, look at this play. You there's no much things to worry about. You are healthy. You trash alive. You create a big giant character on the board, which is, mind you, very hard to remove even if you are playing Luchi or any sort of removal deck in this current meta game.
Yes, most definitely here. And then by doing this, he denies Ding the hand, forcing him to discard 1 card to proc the leader ability to kill 1, and then they'll definitely be able to swing.
Swing for the ace as well. That's really good. That's
really good play here. Gonna get another 2 cards from Ding's hand here, or force him to give up the ace, which is probably the closest thing I mean, the thing that's most likely to be able to swing into the 10 mum if required, there's too much Dawn commitment required for the NL to do so. So Ding is pretty much left with no choice here but to throw 2 cards from his hand to protect his best attacker.
And Ding is only left with 1 card in hand. He does have a board, I will say that. That's not a bad board. But then again, Ding is running low on life. And there is 2 menacing board right there. So he might go for the Shiroshi and try to dig for a card. Well, Sid right now, 4 life. And I believe his hand is probably 4. Can't really tell from here. But probably very hard for you to remove the mum right now. Because Shelter Lily is 12k. So if you use like basic mathematics, right? 2 Dawn towards the ace. That's 12 to 12. That's just a 1k card. If you want him to commit more cards, you probably need to commit more. And I don't think so he's going for it. He's just going for life. It's like 5 life, 7 life. That's a Sanji.
Oh, that's a Sanji. This card is also a blocker. We haven't seen it in quite some time.
In a while. And I think it is justified in this meta game because if you're talking about jumping life units, this is probably one of the scarier ones besides the Paris and Aokiku Nojo. The only penalty is that you need to discard one, but hey man, it's a blocker. It's a blocker that can attack.
A blocker that can attack and potentially save you in critical situations here.
And importantly, searchable.
Yeah, and most importantly, yes, like you mentioned, it is searchable.
Searchable.
Ding most likely going to swing 15 into or 14 into the mum
the blocker.
Here. But then now with the blocker showing up, does make things increasingly difficult here. And
he's just going to
Sid
guard.
just going to guard out from hand here because probably wants to use this Sanji as an attacker to go for the game next turn. So does guard out here with 2k counters.
Yep, just guard out here and probably try to end the game right here as Ding is really low in hand size. Does have the 1 Dawn up, maybe a flame split.
Maybe either a flame split. Oh, I can see the You Save Me, if I'm not mistaken, in his hand as well. That's why hence having the 1 Dawn up. He's going to immediately swing for 7
you
here.
Save Me plus a 3k. An interesting card they use in yellow right now. Probably the trigger effect because you can call the 8-head Nami.
Yes, true. With more and more 8-head support being revealed and included into decks such as NL and Katakuri, a lot of people have opted to use this option. Currently, it's a bit harder to use in Katakuri considering that when you reach higher Dawn counts, you probably will be using up all your Dawn to either place down something or attach one to leader, so you don't really have much left.
Yep, so level 5 leader. I think at this point it's really hard. You may base it, but here we go, Chalto Lin taking the game as we all seen it right here. Katakuri taking a game on round 3 against NL. A bit fortunate on the Katakuri side, but then I think it is kind of like a telegraph matchup, I would say.
Yep. Once you get down 2 10 mums, it is pretty steep hill for NL to climb, and with Ding clearing the Perospero and Sid managing to get the second 10 mum, it pretty much sealed his fate right there. And the 6 mum
was interesting.
Did a lot of work this game, throwing 2 cards from Ding's hand, so we can see
it was pretty good because like he swings 7 first, and then Ding was thinking there's no harm there. Little did he know that 6 mum came in and like
6 mum.
If I trash my life here,
I'll be at 0.
I'll be at 0 and I can't really heal distant. I'll trash 2, I guess. So that's very head start from Sid, being able to show us the power of 6 mum in the meta game. I think 6 mum in general, besides the black yellow Luffy matchup, is a really powerful card because Katakuri, as many people may have forgotten, hits very hard. The leader is one of the most easily 1 Dawn commitment 7k leader. We talk about 7k so much, right? And it's so hard to make 7k, but Katakuri is just, I just get 1 Dawn and boom, 7. So easy, no harm, and also has a bonus effect, a plus of it. And I think that 6 mum is a very powerful addition to the Katakuri pirate type deck. And also not to mention the blocker. Blocker actually does some work right there. We see 10 mum come down, and then you can proceed to use the main phase effect for the blocker Katakuri, which is able to attach 1 Dawn to the Katakuri leader and swing for 7. And also manipulating life. Again, all these minute details are what makes Katakuri very strong. And that's not just the ST Katakuri. we have yet to see a bunch of them. There is the Doffy, saw a bit. There is also the Marco deck. Maybe we will see Marco Uta, Smoker, we will never know. And look at him, such a happy fellow. Josh, can you be as happy as him when he wins?
This was the type of Katakuri matchup that I was expecting to see when I saw the cards from the ST and did some testing myself. I did see some potential in the deck and I knew of its capabilities. So I definitely am very happy that we got to see all the new ST cards being played in the Katakuri deck and also the impact that they had in this matchup in particular. We got to see how influential, like you mentioned, the 5-cost Katakuri was in the turn where he put down the 10 mum and was still managing to swing for 7, as well as, like you mentioned, the swinging for 7 and then forcing him to discard 2 hands with the power of the 6 mum. So a really good showcase and an advert for the trial decks here, showing
really
you that you should definitely go and get them if you're interested in playing Katakuri, as the support is really good, as well as for the other ST leaders as well. They all got significant support from the new ST, so don't skip out on them.
Yeah, even if you are not really a player of said leader, right? Like I said, they can be used in various methods or other decks. So, like for example, you might think, oh, Uta's a film support, right? Where else would I say you want to use? I did saw an interesting deck where they run the new Shanks and Bonnie. Bonnie does lack a sort of remover, I would say, in the in their deck. And the closest thing you have is probably Holy Jones, resting units, and swing into it. But Shanks, my die, 9 cost, 11k power, insane stat line, on play, KO arrested unit. I don't care what's the cost, I don't care what it is, just KO. Okay, probably if he has immunity like Sabo, sure. But besides that point, man is able to just take out anything once and being able to develop. And that's really good for Shanks. For green in particular, not just Bonnie. And Bonnie just has a good synergy because Bonnie rests stuff during opponent's turn. They can rest a Moria and then play down the Shanks and KO. And here we see people laughing about, talking about the game, probably talking about whether win or lose. Stressful moments like this. How do you feel about it, Josh? Do you miss being a competitor right there?
Not for the stressful moments, but the winning moments, definitely, yes. There's nothing quite like it, winning after playing a stressful match and coming out on top, but the actual stressful moments itself, no.
Yeah, like we just see players talking about it, discussing. That's the beauty of this game. It brings people together. It brings people to talk about the game. Something to talk about, being like, oh, I should have played better, or I got outluck, or you know, I pulled this sick card. There's a lot of things to talk about One Piece card game. It's such a really, really interesting community and game we have here. And
and with the huge turnout here today, we can see everyone enjoying themselves with the games, and we can also see that a line has developed for the Gunslinger event.
Yeah, for the EX packs.
EX for the the price for the Gunslinger probably being the EX packs, and also later on there will also be a flagship EX battle here as well. So even if you aren't a participant in the main event, but you still want to come and check out the Grand Asia Open 2024 here, there's a lot of things for you to do. So don't hesitate, come on down and experience the event for yourself. You know, come and say hi to us as well.
Yeah, come say hi to us.
Let us know what you think about the event. We're always open and interested.
We won't bite. Yeah, and like there's a lot of things to do here, but then again, as we mentioned, Josh, there's only one thing for us casters to do.
And that is to go to a commercial break.
Yes.
So we'll see you soon for round 4. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Grand Asia Open 2024 here in Malaysia. We have completed 3 rounds of the Swiss and we are now entering round 4. Okay, having seen already 2 RP Law, 2 Katakuri, 1 Doffy and 1 NL. I am curious to see what we will see here in round 4. We can see that they are setting up here at the stream table for round 4 and we should begin shortly. I'm joined here by caster Norvin. And what are you expecting to see from round 4, or what are you hoping to see from what we have already seen and haven't seen yet?
Eyes, black, yellow, Luffy, that box, you know, with the Sabo and stuff.
Yep.
You know, if we do an educated guess, maybe black, yellow, Luffy.
Man can hope. We definitely hope to see something new here in round 4.
My favorite deck.
We haven't seen it. Yes, black, yellow, Luffy.
Yeah, one of my favorite
decks. One of my favorite decks. So definitely hoping to see that and other different decks come into play here. So really curious to see what decks eventually do make it to the top. I personally believe that we will see some Luchi and black, yellow, Luffy eventually as we approach the later rounds. And if we do see one now, that would mean
Nami?
That would mean that the decks are at full wins, because I believe both these players are currently 3-0.
Yeah, they are 3-0. But
so definitely curious to see what they're playing here.
I don't know if I'm I don't know what's wrong with my eyesight, George. I think I saw Nami leader. Speaking of Nami, how do you feel about Nami?
Nami is a deck that generally does well when the meta is a bit slower. So if the Nami does pair into RP Law, it isn't exactly a great time for the Nami, but it does do well against NL, BY Luffy and Luchi, which are the other 3 main meta contenders currently. So 75% you would say that it covers.
Yeah.
But the problem is that
maybe
RP Law is something that is extremely prevalent, and we do see here that we are finally going to get our first
Luchi
of the day.
Katakuri 3 in a row.
Piloted by Dex, and we see here Colin piloting the Katakuri. And yes, this is our 3rd Katakuri in a row. Very happy to see that this deck is actually picking up traction, and being played by many people. Interested to see what variation of Katakuri Colin has gone for, whether he has also adopted the 6 mum. I believe from the previous 2 Katakuri players we have seen on the stream, I don't recall either of them playing down the 7-cost Big Mum at all. Not sure. I think that in the second game, AG Atlas Gamers did have the 7 mum in his hand, but did not put it down. But in the previous round, we saw that 6 mum was played, and we did not see 7 mum. So interested to see what kind of build Colin has gone for here. Standard 1 Don play, going for the search, grabbing the Katakuri. I believe there is one thing that we can safely say for sure, is that this Katakuri is definitely a mainstay now in all Katakuri decks. Everyone is running it in an extremely good card.
It's a really strong card. I think it's the fact that it just goes well into the kata deck. It really doesn't really have anything much to be played, and it does contribute a lot where like you kind of like get a free check or a flip up. And here we see the Luchi being picked up. Really like standard play from the Luchi player. Although you probably want to get the NS lobby stage at this point. Rankaku early as well, because at this point you probably just want to fill up the trash instead of holding it off for the -3 cost. So very standard Luchi play so far. Nothing really like to be worth noting, except the fact that he does have enough CP in trash for him to like execute cards such as Kaku, and also the what do you call it, just Spundin. But here we see Parasport being played after hitting 5k. Here draws 1.
Like you mentioned previously, having the Rankaku in the trash being a CP and then guarding with the Spandam does ensure that he has 2 CPs in his trash, and then using the leader effect to mill.
Then we can see the
believe
zero cost event
Yeah,
as well.
he does mill the zero cost event, which is also a CP.
Interesting inclusion for like Luchi decks now, because it's actually a CP card, so you actually can use the use it as a cost for Spandin and also Kaku. So it's a very, very interesting stay in the deck. And the deck does actually has a lot of like no shield card, I would believe, no counter decks. So the zero cost event does help a lot for the Luchi deck. So we do see here the Luchi effect being run here. I believe it will be KOing the Barros, which is 2 cost because it was reduced by the Luchi leader effect. And here we get to see Barros effect being run. The top 3 to add any Big Mom Pirate. And we do see the latest state of the deck, 6 cost Mum.
Yes, we see Colin picking up the 6 Mum here. So definitely something that most people have begun running inside their Katakuri decks. And we can see here Katakuri going to 5 Don, and we will see the new card from the ST, the 5 cost Katakuri, most likely coming down as well this turn. Oh, maybe going for something slightly different, opting to not use the Katakuri first. It's just swinging 5k to leader. Interesting to see what Colin decides to go for this turn. Going to play a 1 cost down. Oh, putting to search for...
Good. So we're going to go for search again.
Going for another search here. Interested to see what's looking for. Grabs another 5 cost Katakuri here.
Really strong play here so far. Going for Kikunojo. Yeah, this is...
Going for Kikunojo. Kikunojo is very good in this matchup.
Yeah, but sad to say it's not active right now. So this is an opportunity for the Luchi player to KO her if he wants to. Because right now, you being at 4 life means that Kikunojo is not active, I believe. Kikunojo needs you to be at 3 life. Your opponent needs to be at 3 life. So because of that, the Kikunojo here is kind of risky, I think.
Definitely, so Kikunojo here is at risk of getting KO'd without being able to proc the heal effect due to Dex here being at 4 life still. And
we see the Rangaku here trying to dig for answers.
To try to draw something, hopefully an answer. Obviously not getting the -3 cost, the full effect because of his drop zone being only at 3 at the current time of use. Swinging with the leader will put his drop at 6, and know that Rankaku only
goes into digging.
Effect when
he's
you
really
have,
trying to find answer. Oh, that's the Innis Lobby that you can't pick up because Innis Lobby unfortunately isn't a CP card.
Yes, Innis Lobby not being a CP card prevents it being able to be obtained from Spandam. Here we can see Mills 2 gets the Helmepo.
That's a Helmepo.
0 cost as well, minusing on the Kikunojo here, and 4 down remaining. Will he choose to burn the Kikunojo this turn? This is probably the only turn he will get to burn the Kikunojo without it.
But it being 3 cost is actually quite hard to remove, I think. There isn't much combination you can do.
He's on 6 Don now though, so...
Yeah, 4 Don active,
so...
The best thing you can do is... Oh, yeah, he's not gonna... Yeah, he's just gonna go face.
Oh, apparently I don't think he has...
an answer at all, because the closest answer is probably like a 1 cost reducer into a Brook. That's probably the best answer you have.
Yes, and then triggering the Onami here to burn the Luchi. Extremely powerful here for Colin.
Just yellow stuff.
Good turn for Colin coming up here, clearing the only attacker on Dex board and still having the Kikunojo
I think Colin is gonna be really happy with this, because I think you can just you can just hit the Spandan. And then remember what he picked up, Josh? The new ST card.
New ST card, 6 Mum as well. So he does have a few lines of play here, able to go with the 5 cost Katakuri or with the 6 Mum as well. Might choose to actually go for the 6 Mum instead this turn.
Yep, he's doing it. He's going for it. He is playing the 6 cost Mum, the all-powerful new 6 cost Mum. Discarding the Katakuri blocker, interesting, and asking his opponent, do you wish to trash alive or discard 2? I think in this case you will trash alive, but that activates the Kikunojo effect. You see the synergy, Josh. So much is going on just by simple plays.
So we can see the power of the 6 Mum in full effect here, forcing Dex to make a decision if he wants to trash his life. He is pretty healthy at 4 life here. Just instead to drop the double jack.
Drop 2 deck, wow.
Drop 2 jack here.
But that means, okay, if you want to keep 3 life healthy, you're going to be guarding 2 here because this is going to hit you with 7. That's really, really a lot of resource being forced out, and he still takes the life. I assume he just
gets
treats
a
it
jack
like
anyway.
Yeah, maybe he just like, okay, you know what, the Jack is not going to do any counter in my hand. I'd rather keep my life. I think it's a trash too. Because like, maybe you can just treat it like, okay, it's a substitute for you to cut the Katakuri 7k, so you just throw away the 2 Jack.
Yep.
So it's sort of like a substitute. But here we see, well, the typical tilters versus tilters, the searchers, the battle of the searchers, 2k to 2k. The standard, I got more searchers, so my searcher will attack your searcher. Luchi here, interesting position. No stage at this point, and I think it's very hard to remove the 6 mum right now. That's 5 costs.
It's currently on 8 Don though, so it has access to Moria this turn.
But
Colin did know his top life was this Parasparrow, so immediately takes it and triggers the Parasparrow.
yeah, if it's discarding the 10 mum, maybe he sees that, okay, I don't need too many of these cards.
Yeah, going first, the likelihood of being able to drop 2 10 mums without any repercussion is extremely low, so opting to discard one of the 10 mums in his hand. Does have an extra copy in his hand, or 2, I can't really see, might be 2.
Yep.
So now Dex has to evaluate what he's about to do this turn. Like you mentioned, with the absence of the stage here, making it extremely unlikely to KO 2 things in a row.
Yep.
Being at 8 Don prevents him from also using another cost reducer such as Rankyaku. I can see an Ice Age in his hand as well.
The Ice Age will help. The only issue I have right now is that if you KO the Kiko, you are giving time for the 10 mom. And then if you're giving time, right, the Katakuri is just going to run over you. Because right now, yeah, you have a very healthy trash, but the ball is getting kind of out of control. He is going to Rangaku. So this means we won't be able to see the Moria here.
Because he draws another Moria as well, but
into the
with the amount of Dawn that he has this turn, it's unlikely that he'll be able to play. So most likely he will go for the Jack this turn. Able to change his hand as well.
Yes, Jack does KO the 6 mom.
And finally does get the stage.
But is it too late at this point?
Well, at the 10 Dawn turn, he could go for the stage into Moria, but if Colin is able to successfully put down another big body, it will still be kind of tough for him.
It is interesting. Like, the fact now, okay, now the position is that Katakuri is like, okay, I can just quit streaking your face and I'm probably be fine. So, but he owns for the Jack, knowing that, and he gives out the Jack as well.
Oh, gives up the Jack immediately without even using 1k counter from his hand, which the Kikunojo demanded, and Colin seems kind of taken aback by that. Didn't expect to be able to get the Jack so easily. So we can see here that Colin's immediately going to go for the Katakuri. He's going to look at his top life, flips it open. It's another Parasparrow.
There is another Parasparrow. That is huge, because if Luchi attacks, there is a number of attacks where Katakuri could just aim for Lita. So the 5, playing really defensive right here, attacking the, I think going 7k leader and then looking for his life. Hey, wait.
Okay, sorry.
I believe the Katakuri player will want to watch the life before. Yeah, but the Luchi player has seen the life, so we'll just let the judge resolve this.
We'll let the judge resolve this.
Because it doesn't make sense for the Katakuri player to look at his life.
I believe that Colin would want to look at the Black Luchi's life, and we know that Dex was intending to take the life anyway. He does have the information now that that was 4-cost Borsalino, I believe. So
because the issue is that Colin might want to put it to the bottom, right?
Yes, that is true. Colin might want to put it to the bottom, so we'll just let the judge resolve this for a moment. But overall, I would say the game state is very much favoring Colin here.
Yeah, this is a scary board to deal with. If you're Luchi, I don't think you're happy with this board state, because, yeah, sure, you're a control deck, and the cost of the characters doesn't look that big of a deal, right? 3 cost, 4 cost, and 5 cost. Seems like a standard board you can clear because it's just an RP law board. The danger is that they have late game.
That is true.
10 mom is very scary against you because it's very hard for you to remove it. If you are to commit an Ice Age like right now, like next turn, I think it's very hard for you to remove the 10 cost mom, because the 10 cost mom is a 10 cost card. So most of the KO range that the deck has is usually 3 cost, 2 cost. So you have to have a lot of resource to remove it. And Luchi doesn't have a board. Dex doesn't have a single character at all on his board, so he won't be able to retaliate back any of the rested characters on here. Not to mention, I don't know if you want to remove Kiku no Jo, man. Kiku no Jo is kind of
Removing Kiku no Jo at this stage, putting Colin back at 3 life, and with the possibility of Tenko's mom coming next turn as well, will make it increasingly difficult for Dex to actually push for the game.
It's pretty hard. Traditionally,
I believe his hand is also running low on counters. I did see that he has like we previously mentioned, he has like 2 Moria, 1 Ice Age, and I think a Jack there as well. So
I believe they're
pretty low on
resolved.
counters.
They might have just resolved the issue right here, and then maybe Colin just making a decision. But overall, I do believe that Dex is not in a really good position right now. Plus the fact that I think the only way I see how Dex like survive this onslaught is probably trying to farm a bit of a hand with the Moria, and then trying to stabilize the board, because you can remove like 1 or 2. I think maybe just remove the Parasparus or something. But I don't think you should fully commit to clear this board as much as possible, because if you try to clear the board, right, I think most cases you end up with a weaker board. Yes, and you also use a lot of resources. You clear the board, but I don't think you have enough resource to clear the mum. The 10 mum is coming out soon, so
true.
it will be really interesting to see what Dex does here. For Collins, this position has made him to be really like, I am ahead. I am free to do whatever I want at this point. And frankly speaking, I don't mind if I lose like the 2 units on the board, which is the Kiku no Jo and the Barrows, because these units, they give you back value. One gives you back life, one gives you back a hand. So I don't think you are unhappy if they really get KO or removed in general. This is a really interesting. And so, I don't know if you agree with me, George, but I think traditionally, Black does seem unfavored into the Big Mom variant type of decks. Not saying annual, but like Big Moms, like 10 Mom in general. Like traditionally. What do you think?
Yeah, it does seem that way. I've heard that most players in their testing did say that this Luchi matchup isn't exactly favorable into this Katakuri deck. I mean, against NL, it's probably a bit more straightforward because they don't have access to the Tenko's mum, but for Katakuri now, with 6 mum being introduced as well into the deck, there's a lot more firepower in Katakuri now, and this matchup seems to be slightly Katakuri favored, if you ask me. And we can see it. Testament is this game. However, you could say that Dex isn't exactly having the most optimal game himself this
So I think we are going to be randomizing the life that was taken. However, it will be quite an interesting scenario. Of course, just to give my own input, there are cards being bottomed from the Luchi effect.
Yes.
So I don't believe you could randomize those cards. So it will be very hard. It will be interesting to see what happens here. But we'll let the judge resolve, you know. We are just here casting the game and reading information. So from what we are witnessing, we are witnessing probably a way to randomly resolve what happens to the top of the life from Dex. Because the problem now is that
Dex has taken the Borsalino that was on the 3rd life into his hand already. So I'm not sure what they are trying to clarify now.
Or maybe they just, actually maybe they took it out from Dex. Yeah, so they are gonna randomly put a new card there.
Okay.
And the Borsalino probably goes somewhere else. So Katakuri attacks, and then you resolve the effect of looking at. So Dex has no information what is the new card, only Colin knows. And Colin will leave it top. And we continue with the game. And that is Spantan.
It's a Spandam, I believe. Yep, it's a Spandam.
So it goes back to Dex with 2 life, and that's a lot of hand. That might be a lot of hand, but that is not a lot of board from Dex. That is literally 0 characters on the character area for Dex, and now maybe he's just trying to see what he can do. I do think that it's definitely Moria, but Moria what? That's the question, right? What do you even call it Moria? Because if you resolve the Age here, right? If you use the Ice Age here, how do you answer the 10 mum next turn? So okay, this will go to Spandan to see what it actually sees the Kaku. That's not gonna help you now. I think he's hoping for Rengaku, I guess.
That is most likely what he is hoping for. I would have assumed that this turn he would have gone for the stage and the Moria combo. Does have the Helmepo and the Luchi already in his drop. He is able to clear 2 things this turn. However, having used the Spandam,
He is going to commit to Ice Age.
He is going for the Ice Age instead. So instead of putting down the stage, does go for the Ice Age. I would have thought, like you mentioned previously, he would have tried to set up the stage and then save the Ice Age for the Tenkos Pump the next turn, but instead opting to go for the Ice Age this turn together with the Spandam. Not sure if this was the optimal way to do this, but however, this is how Dex has opted to go for it and will be KOing both
he go KO the Kiku, I believe.
It's going to be Kiku and the Katakuri, and most likely be swinging into the Paraspero this turn.
Yep.
So going for an attempted full clear.
Full clear and also developing quite a board, I would say. So going for the Parasperos. Another Ice Age down the drain. Gives up the Parasperos because, like, honestly speaking, I think at this point you just got a value for the 10 mum. So top 3 and then is that? I'm not too sure, but I believe I saw the famous Amaru Amaru in the hand. But anyway, gets the 7 mum. Still a really good card in this current game, but maybe soon to be replaced by the 6 mum.
Yes, that is true. People are still in the experimentation stage since the ST just came out. So we do see people running, some running the 6 mum, some running the 7 mum, some running both like Colin here. And,
and
now we see the most cookie cutter play, just 5k leader and dropping the 10 mum, trashing 1 life. And Dex is pretty much forced to either put down some blockers or find a way to remove this 10 mum, or Colin will be able to threaten lethal the following turn. He is weighing up his options now. Probably gonna have to drop the stage this turn to try to reduce the 10 mum in some way possible. I do see he has the Suru in his hand as well. Probably calculating to see if it can be possible. Else he probably will have to go for a more defensive play.
Maybe play like a bunch of
the
blockers.
Moria, yeah, such as like, you know, dropping the Moria and getting down the Borsalino or Rebecca or something, trying to fetch a 2k counter. He does have relatively decent, I mean, he does have the Luchi and the Moria distance, so it will be able to push damage due to Colin's low hand size.
Let's go for the 5 leader. See what he mills first. That's
I believe that's Moria and a Husu.
yeah, going for the
Colin does counter
Mage.
out here. Probably just going to guard whatever is small, because this Luchi with 1 Don will be able to hit for a Magic 7, and the
Hit for
Moria as well is
6,
probably
alright.
definitely not in guard range. Just a 6, but Colin probably doesn't have much counters left. I can see his hand probably has another 10 mum, so forced to eat the 6 and probably going
9
to take
here.
the 9 as well.
Is that a trigger?
Interested to see what this is. He is considering it.
Oh,
Decides to
Onami
Onami
here.
the Luchi. It's pretty good to reduce 1 attacker. Since Dex most likely will have to go for a more defensive Moria this turn, so removing that 1 attacker could be pretty useful
Yeah, it could
for
be
the
future
coming
future
turn,
turn.
because next turn he will be able to 10 mum again freely.
Yeah, this is really, really interesting here because, yeah, Moria comes down here for sure, but it's not going to be able to take down the 10 mum on the board. So I believe it might be a Rebecca and a Spandan. That sounds like...
Yep, most likely will be the Rebecca and the Spandam
That's
here.
how powerful the Moria is in a Luchi deck, because being able to like literally take cards from your hand, right? Rebecca being able to take a 2k shield, and Spandan himself being able to literally take, I was going to say a 2k shield, but well, beggars can't be choosers, right? So there is a Rangaku and a Spandin. The Rangaku is interesting here because you technically can use it to fetch another card if you wish. So he is going to fetch the Spandin, and then Rebecca here will fetch another card. Maybe a 2k counter. Yep, takes the Khalifa. And he might opt to play something from hand.
Most likely going to be the stage
Stage
here.
and
Yep.
then pass the turn back
Pass
to
the
Collins.
The 10 mum does survive this turn, so that is pretty crucial. Colin
will
can just
force
go
our
for a
blocker.
safe play this turn, just drop another 10 mum,
And mum here.
trash the life,
trash
and
life here. Yep.
force Dex to give him 1 card from his hand and the
Yeah.
Rebecca blocker. His 5k has to be counted out, and the Rebecca will be given up for this 10 mum.
And then you give
So
the
Dex is in a pretty rough spot here with the Luchi from the previous turn being KO'd. Kinda eliminates the possibility of actually going for game here because he's down one attacker. So
I think
Dex is in a pretty rough spot here unless he is able to possibly clear one of the 10 mum and drop down another blocker or two. It could be the end of him.
I think it's very hard for Dex right now because look at the scenario, right? There are two giant 12k units standing in front of you and they're 10 costs. I don't think it's an easy feat to clear any 10 costs. And then if you want to attack into it, well, it's not really a low probability. Look at the hand side for Colin. Colin is running low in hand, so Dex has options. It's just whether what is the correct option, right?
Yes,
so Dex had to think about a few things such as, okay, I need to survive. So what are the few things I need to keep there? Oh, I need a blocker because there's ain't no way I'm blocking 10 Dawn on the Katakuri. So I need to develop a blocker that is like usually 4 Dawn. So you only have 6 Dawn to play with to remove. That's why the Ice Age was crucial because Ice Age is able to 1 Dawn remove 5k 5 costs from the cost, which is really, really important. So here it's just going to go 6 leader, I believe, and then just reduce the cost of this mum. Colin here proceeds to guard, and that's a very interesting guard because at this point, 3 hand, there's a chance that you just attach Dawn to Moria and just swing into the rested Big Mom.
I think that is what Dex is considering here. He does have a few options in his hand. I know he has the Ice Age and the Rankaku, which he picked up earlier, as well as the Borsalino. Might opt to go for Dawn heavy play here to swing into the bomb and drop the Borsalino, but does his hand really have enough counters to guard through the Big Mom and the leader the next turn? And like you mentioned earlier, Colin could possibly be running the Amaru as well, or even the Flame Spit. We are not sure. It is a possibility. So
there is a possibility.
It's still extremely risky here, whatever Dex does.
Because personally, I would have taken the life there. But then again, the players here are playing with high stick. Maybe pressure got to them. But again, maybe Colin knows something that we don't know. But again, this game is still in anyone's favor. Of course, it is in Colin's hands, but it could still be Dex being able to do something amazing right here. Because again, we don't really know what is in Colin's hand necessarily. We don't actually know if he has enough counter as well to guard the mom that is rested right now.
Yeah, so Dex is taking his time to think about what he can do here, but regardless, it does seem like a pretty dire situation for him here. Committing resources to kill the KO the 10 mum will consume many cards from his hand.
He has a Borsalino in hand.
Does have a Borsalino in his hand, but like I mentioned previously, is that enough to counter out both the remaining 10 cost mum and the leader if he does separate his Dawn evenly? So he is probably considering it, thinking if he uses like the Ice Age or the Rankaku and then drop the Borsalino, will he be able to do something? Like, I'm not sure if he has another removal card in his hand.
Looks like it is going to be...
Looks like he is going to try to go for the game.
Go for
instead.
game 6 leader. Is that 6 or 5? 5?
That is 6.
5.
6,
6, huh?
Yeah. Goes for 6, so I'm assuming he's going to go for the 6, 7, 9, 9 here. Oh, triggering the Flame Spit to rest the
and that's
Spandam here. So
there is no way to...
pretty much no way to go for game this turn.
Yep, exactly. That's
and by committing his Dawn to the Spandam, he eliminates the possibility of clearing the 10 mum as well. So the only other option would be to put down the Borsalino, but against 2 12k bodies, I don't think that Borsalino will be doing much.
Yep. You know that meme on the door, the lock with the Cheetos? That Cheetos is basically Borsalino. I don't think you're doing much, sir. That is really unfortunate as well. I think maybe Collins doesn't even have enough guard to begin with. We will never know.
Yes, we will
but
never know.
This is tough to see for Dex because imagining this maybe losing because of a trigger right here.
There is a very extreme possibility.
Oh,
and
he gives
he does give up here, and another victory for Katakuri.
We might see a meta change, a revolutionary meta change. Not the one we actually expected, but maybe the one we deserved.
You can see that actually in Colin's hand, he did not have enough counter to
Yeah,
counter
that
out
is dangerous. That's the flip side of Katakuri. Sometimes you have everything in the world, and sometimes you're like, I can't guard this. Like we saw in game 2, round 2. Like the Katakuri player just couldn't guard at all. But then now we see the flip side of the other side of the Katakuri players where they have guard, they have all the trash, they even have a good triggers on the life. And I think it was a bit unlucky for the Luchi player because the whole game, man just couldn't get the proper trash. Man had to discard who knows how many jack. We saw 3 jack.
Yes, that is true.
We saw 3 jack, like 2 being discarded, 1 being okay. Sorry, we saw 4 jack, 1 on the board, 3 being discarded. It was just very, very, very kind of unlucky for Luchi. But then again, it just shows the power of Katakuri, right?
Yes.
Being able to trash live, being able to ask you to commit a bot to contest me, or you just lose the game just like that. It is simply just a really, really good deck right now with the new support, especially with the Katakuri, the 6-cost Mom. Everything about it just screams like a really good deck. But again, can it do well against the most CS win right now in this period? RP Law.
And that is what we will have to wait and see.
Let's see that there's a lot of RP Law as well so far on our stream. That's surprising.
That is true. Maybe what we're seeing so far just has been the top table, which have coincidentally been Katakuri. So I definitely do think that there are many RP laws as well that are going to be at the top. So fret not. There's only been 4 rounds, and there are 4 more rounds of this triple elimination to go.
Yep.
So I definitely think we will see more RP Law, and as well as Luchi and NL and BY Luffy, which we have not seen yet. So
yeah,
I definitely think that we will see.
I think we
these
should
decks
see
soon.
a BY soon probably. Like I'm so excited to see BY doing well into the current environment because honestly speaking, BY Luffy is very interesting into the BY, and I see people being excited, lining up for events, lining up for games to Terror or whatever. Look at the peace sign there. Great to see all these faces.
Yeah, definitely great. Oh, we can see here some familiar faces, shop owners as well.
Yep.
All coming to join the Gunslinger as well as purchase merchandise. But going back to the game earlier, we could see one of the main factors that slowed down Deck's gameplay was the absence of the stage.
Yeah.
Until the very later parts of the game, Luchi heavily reliant on getting the stage early, else trying to minus costs consistently every turn becomes a bit of a problem for him.
I think the new build where, okay, in the OP07 meta, OP07 meta, Luchi doesn't really have a lot of builds where they run the stage. They don't really rely on it, hence they rely on the stage very little, and there's not need for it in the most cases. But with the new build where almost everyone, right, runs 4 stage, you kind of need it. If you don't see it in early game, it's very awkward to set up in the late game. And the worst part about all this, the stage is non-CP. This means you can't search it, you can't even send it to the bottom of the deck. Heck, it's not even good to trash it away to the trash so that you can, use the effect of Kaku or Spandin to return it back to the bottom. So it's initially a dead card in most cases, and you don't want to play a second stage at all. So there are some cases you do play a second stage, but generally speaking, playing 4 copies of a card that can only use once doesn't sound really appealing, and not just once drop, once at a specific timing of the game, because sometimes you don't want to drop it on 6 Dawn, you want to be able to drop something else. Heck, even the 8-cost Moria turn, you really want to pay 2 Dawn to play a stage over Moria on 8, come on. So like,
true, yeah.
Stage is an interesting inclusion in the meta game where we don't really know if it's actually, I still think that there's a world where Luchi doesn't play stage. But I think it's a necessity because of one deck, Red Purple Law. I think without stage, I don't think you can compete with Red Purple Law. Because of stage, right, the reduction needed to remove a lot of key cards such as the 4-cost units becoming 1, Irangaku then minusing 3, so you can always remove a 5 and a 4 with the Luchi. It's just too important as well. And stage with Jack, wow, such a marvelous combo. I don't know, I think Luchi has become too reliant on the stage these days.
Yes, definitely. I think
And-
most decks of this meta have all catered to RP law, and basically if you were to try to play a deck in this meta, the number one question you have to ask yourself at the beginning is,
Can I beat RP Law?
can I beat RP law?
Yeah, like
If
even
I
if it's a
can't beat
slim
RP
chance.
law, why am I playing this deck?
Yes, exactly. That's why
So-
everyone is so focused on that question.
Yeah. So when
And-
you build your deck, you have to focus around components and stuff that will help you in the RP law matchup. Hence why Luchi is currently at 4 stage count, and if RP law does get hit in the upcoming ban list, which by the way is on the 12th of August, if everyone doesn't know, there will be a
The announcement.
ban list announcement. So in the likelihood that RP law does get hit in some way or form, a lot of decks will change, as in their builds will change, and Luchi is no exception. Like you mentioned, there could be a world where Luchi does not run the stage or runs it at a lower count, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the ban list does have in store for us, so we can see how these decks and the metagame continue to evolve.
Yep, I think interestingly throughout all the metagame I've seen, Luchi being so-called the least consistent deck out of the meta deck is probably something that I would never expect to hear. Because if you talk to any players back then, they'll be like, Luchi is probably the consistent or like the most all-rounder deck. From now becoming, if I don't draw the stage, what am I? Why do I even play the deck?
Yes,
Like, it's just an interesting roundabout. So maybe the solution is, hear me out, Smoker.
Smoker.
Hey man, you have something similar. You have the Iron Fort, is it called? Marine Fort?
Marine Fort.
Searchable by Navy, by the way. It's a Navy, right?
That's true.
Searchable. Hey man, I'm just saying, I'm just putting out ideas there. You do have like new support. Sengoku is pretty good. I never seen a card that draws 3 is bad.
That's true.
Pretty good. I never seen... Tashing is such a good card as well.
Yes.
The
I mean,
only-
many of these things have not been explored
Yeah, unfortunate
properly
thing
yet.
about this is that all of them are locked. Most of them are locked to either the Navy archetype, which is still fine, or Tashiki, hard locked to Smoker. How do you feel about Tashiki being this Smoker lock, not being able to even play in any other black deck?
I mean, it would be extremely strong if it wasn't the Smoker lock. So I'm counting my blessings that it is Smoker lock. So I definitely do think that Smoker is something that more people will try to explore in the upcoming days and weeks. Just that it's been such a short period of time between the STs coming and also the Grand Asia Open being organized. Whereas for something like Katakuri, it's just been like 2 new cards being added into the deck. So it's
We played in the past.
we've played in the past. We know how
yeah.
Katakuri works, and that is just basically adding in 1 or 2 new components. Whereas Smoker is a deck that hasn't been played since
God knows
God knows when.
Yeah, speaking
So,
of Smoker, Josh,
yeah.
maybe you want a smoke break. And that's where we cut and have a break. See you guys later. Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back again at the Grand Asia Open Malaysia 2024. My name is Norvin once again, and joined with me is Joshua Rakic, which I will be referring as Josh today. We just finished round 4, and now we're going to be starting round 5 really soon. Josh, how excited are you so far with the matches we have?
Oh, very excited. Already seen 4 rounds of exciting matches. We've seen 3 Katakuri already, 2 RP Law, 1 Doffy, 1 NL, and 1 Luchi. So still a couple of decks that I expect to see in the top table, such as BY Luffy that we haven't seen yet, as well as potentially something like a Bonnie. Yeah, definitely interested. I can see that
again, the Katakuri player once again is on the screen.
Yeah, the Katakuri players once again on the scene, and will be playing against Luchi once again. I do believe I saw
if it's
Luchi
Melvin, right?
being played here. I think so. Yeah,
it should be Melvin playing Luchi.
Melvin, is it Melvin Tay?
Yeah, Melvin Tay.
Yeah, someone that we are quite familiar with here in the local scene, piloting Luchi, and once again we'll be going up against Colin, if I'm not mistaken. Colin, his name is, playing Katakuri. So we've seen this matchup already once today, and we've seen how Katakuri is able to win against Luchi, and will be very interesting to see if Melvin is able to play any differently and stop Colin from taking another victory against Luchi. Most likely we'll have to aim for the stage early. I think that is definitely one of the keys to victory here. Not getting the stage early really hurts Luchi in its ability to KO characters.
I saw the law sleeve. I thought maybe he has a change of heart.
I do. That definitely would be something out of the ordinary here.
It's kind of strange where now I just hope there's RP Law on the stream. Hey bro. But anyway, we are going to be getting... Okay, the glare is all the way, but I'm pretty sure that's Luchi.
Yeah, it does say so there up there. Melvin,
yeah, Melvin with the Luchi right there, and Colin with the Katakuri.
Colin with the Katakuri.
Yeah, nice playman as well. That playman.
And just a reminder that both of these players are currently at 4-0, so this is the top table here.
Yes. The top of the top.
Top of the cream of the crop.
Cream of the crop. We get to see the best games only streamed to you.
Luchi and Katakuri, Melvin and Colin here. So
yes,
just finalizing a few more things before the game gets underway. So what are the key things you would like to highlight from this matchup in particular, Novin? What do you think are both players' key to victory?
So for me, Katakuri player is mainly just survivor. As long as you hit the 10 Dawn strat and you go into 10 month spam, you probably should take the game quite comfortably. However, that's not to say that the game is yours straight away. Luchi on the other hand actually has like really like good counterplay against Katakuri, because you have more time to like free up the trash, build your hand size. You are looking for things that are not really particularly common in other matchup. We are talking about blocker. I think the most scary thing you can do against Katakuri is that despite them having a crazy board, like, oh, I have a 12 and a 10 and 12, if they just play 2 blocker and 1 life, you're kind of like, I can't win the game. So the key for Luchi is how many blocker can I develop in the late game while applying pressure and winning the game. For Kata, is just how do I transition to the late game, comfortably. So such as if I can maintain a high life against Luchi, that's fantastic. But if the Luchi just, okay, I can maintain the blocker boards and then I can make his life hard. Every turn swing 5 to the leader, swing 5 to the leader, force him to either throw a 1k counter, 2k counter, or just eat the life, makes his life a bit hard. The Luchi will have the game in his hands. So, and also, I would think Moria game is very important. One of the key things is probably like Moria, Rebecca, Moria. Moria, Rebecca is really key in this thing. And Borsalino. Borsalino is super important in this particular matchup. So I think, to sum it up, the blockers for Luchi in the late game, and for Katakuri, just transition to the late game without any harm.
That is true. I also agree with you on those points, and definitely interested to see how both of these players play out the game, if it will be as you highlighted, and if both players can get everything that they need to play it in the most optimal way possible. So just a few things to sort out and clarify before we finally get this game underway. So I'm very hopeful that we will see Katakuri in the top cut tomorrow. I made a prediction at the start of the day that we would see Katakuri in the top 32.
And more Katakuri than expected.
And based on what we've seen so far, I think it's extremely likely that we could see a Katakuri. Of course, we're only at the halfway point. There's still 4 rounds to go and anything could happen. So, and we do see Luchi being in the top tables for 2 rounds in a row. So we do know that the deck is performing well despite it not being on the stream in the earlier rounds. So definitely I think we should reserve judgment until probably the 7th round or so before we can safely assume what has really been performing well. But we do know now that these 2 players, like we mentioned before, are at 4-0. So
results
definitely,
for it.
yeah, the results for both of them are in the right way. So
yeah, I would like to say that probably the most interesting part is how we can see if there is a great understanding, because at this point I believe everyone is, we know they are pretty much at a level where most people will be able to see. So maybe we can see something really interesting from the Luchi player, where we will be seeing different plays, very interesting plays, and also very interesting lineups. And we do have a note that the game is starting, and Katakuri goes first. We do see the stage, unlike last game.
We do see the stage on in Melvin's hand here. It goes straight away, put down the stage, so he's now secure for future turns in terms of cost minusing. Also, I would assume that Melvin did win the dice roll, and hence why he chose to go second to deny the possibility of putting 10 mum down as soon as possible.
And here going very aggressively, not even developing anything going first. Probably because if you look at it, you have the stage, right? I think anything just dice. Maybe the Perils will give you back value, but I just think maybe for Colin it's like I should just aim for the life, I think. Because frankly speaking, Luchi doesn't really have much ways to protect itself besides blocker. And if Melvin doesn't set up blockers in time, it will be a big problem. Is Melvin's health is low. So we're just going to go 5 leader and then set up the Khalifa to draw to just filling up the trash, as we see. A really, really, in my opinion, pretty good play so far. Filling up 4 cards into the trash, and then Colin's just going to go for the 7k leader. Again, it's very painful. For a Luchi player to guard here, I think you're losing a lot of resource. So to take life here.
That's true, and having Gem leader the first time and then now in the 7th, the Kikunojo that comes down is now activated. So if this Kikunojo were to be KO'd, Colin would be getting 1 life back.
So honestly, the Kikunojo to 3 cost. Oh, the new
the new Charlotte Brûlée being triggered here with the ability to check his or the opponent's top life and then moving it top or bottom, and then
add it back to hand.
Add it back to your hand. So extremely good card for Katakuri, which thrives on
checking life
and manipulating the
just
life.
Information gaming.
Yeah,
you're getting a lot of
information
from doing that. So Melvin is gonna go in and see what did you leave on top, and he is gonna guard with the 2k Brûlée, not wanting to give it up. Maybe it's on KO effect, we'll never know. Because I don't think you want to KO a Khalifa right there, right?
Yeah, that is true. He's debating whether he would want to KO the Kikunojo here, but ultimately I think removing the attacker does
help a lot,
and giving up the 1 life will have less repercussions than leaving the attacker on the board. So he's going to go for the Brook to clear the Kikunojo here. With 3 Dawn.
Yes, confirming how it works. So
just
Luchi -1,
leader,
stage -2, and then the Broke -1, 0 cost KO. Gonna pass. Interesting, leaving up 2 Dawns up.
That is interesting. Maybe he wanted to see how Colin reacted in the first place. Ultimately, I assume he didn't want to use the Who's Who, which I think was in his hand, or give up the 2k shield.
Yep, so we do see here Melvin just reactively just gave him the heal. Maybe something to look at Melvin's used to it. He's like, yeah.
Yep.
Because in general, I don't think you want to trash life against Kata as the Luchi. Because I mentioned, right, it's sort of like a race. Because if they comfortably transition to late game, which is what I mean by I should maybe extend that, is that if they have, if your opponent is like really low life and you transition to late game with 10 mum, you're likely going to win because they are forced to play blockers after blockers. And if you play blockers like last game we saw, you won't be able to develop like removal kind of like situations because there's limited amount of Dawn. You can't just spend all the Dawn in the world to have a blocker remove. And here we see the Onami which he guarded dearly last turn, KOing the...
You can see Melvin playing it very smoothly. Like
very smoothly.
He
really
really knows what he's doing here. You know, he has swung with the Brook first to -1 cost onto the Lin, which was actually a very good move because if he had swung with the Luchi first and decided to mill 2, the Onami would have immediately KO'd the Brook. And then he wouldn't have been able to -1 cost, and then tapping the stage to -2 cost, and then being able to drop the Jack is extremely powerful.
Going for the 8 here to the Jack, demanding a 1k guard. 1k counter to it. There we go, there's the Helen Maple race. Again, 7 mums.
7 mums.
Yeah, without hesitation, Melvin just, I'm not going to give you my life. Please, heal.
However, with the setup that Melvin has here, is pretty much quite easy to answer the 7 mum. Leader plus stage being -3, only 1 more cost reduction is required, and the Jack is able to KO the
and Jack is an interesting card in this matchup. I forgot to mention this, but Jack is one of the most incredibly like hard remove card in this meta because Jack is 11 cost if people didn't know. 11 cost means almost never get removed by cost effect stuff.
By
so
cost reduction
Katakuri doesn't get removed. Thunderbolt, nothing really removes it unless hard remove cards. AKA RP Law. Power based remover, so those are the only
Raigo from NL.
Raigo from NL also solved the thing. But in general, this Jack is here to stay.
Yes, most likely this Jack is here to stay. I guess that is one of the reasons why RP Law recently started adopting more of the promo law, because in combination with Gordon and the promo law, you are able to bot deck this Jack. I mean, the PR law has been included mostly for mirror matches as well, but this is another reason for the high count of PR law, and we do see that
the mum is now at 4 costs, being reduced 1 and 2 from the Luchi end stage, and we just see he's just going for face just to see the life. Really again, just checking life. Really just a really good card where it increases the consistency of checking your life. So not only you have the ability to check life from the Katakuri, you also have from the trigger itself, being able to manipulate life even further and making your decision even clearer. And here Melvin is taking Tianai to admit that I don't need to. Just Rangaku here, draw 1, probably has enough trash. So this mum is basically just 1 cost. And then Moria comes in, one of the most dominant cards we had when we were casting back then for the Bandai Card Fest. Everywhere we see Moria. But not as prevalent as before now, right?
Yes, Moria is still insanely strong.
But
with RP Law being as rampant as it is,
yep, that is so good. So 1 cost from the Luchi, 2 cost from the stage, 3 cost from Ryangaku, and then 1 more reduction from the Brook, and then Brook effect, KO 0. Look at this is just really strong from Melvin right now. 3 life, which is really healthy. A Jack, 11 cost, can't be removed. Moria, we all know who Moria is. A blocker and a Brook can always threaten to remove, because as much as people forget about this, Brook is actually on attack -1 cost, which is really consistent. So if the Brook is not answered every turn, Melvin minuses 4 cost. And then with the Ryangaku, that is minus reduction 7. So even the 10 mum is down 3 cost with a mere attack from Luchi, Brook, and the rest from the stage. So this shows you how important it is to sell up for Luchi. If you have this kind of bot right now, I think you are, even against RP Law, unstoppable.
Yes, you're pretty much unstoppable if you have this kind of setup. That's why it all stems from getting the stage early on in the game to, be able to develop the consistency of the subsequent turns here. So we can see that Colin is going to go from standard 5 into the 10 mum most likely this turn. But Melvin's bot is insanely strong. He will be able to push for a lot of life next turn, and half the cost reduction required is already exists on the board. So something like a, let's say we can see that he's drawn
Yeah,
the
the
Ice
Ice
Age.
Age.
Ice Age, he actually already had an Ice Age in his hand, so he's probably even prepared for the following 10 mum.
So he's just one cost away from the Brook from being killed.
Yeah,
Zero.
he just requires one cost from
Just
this
requires one
Ice
cost.
Age together with Stage and the leader, and
Yeah.
Jack will be able to answer this
Yeah, so
10 mum very easily.
I do think this is my personal take. The skill of playing Luchi is being able to efficiently not use, efficiently like save your resource. Like you basically use very little resource to remove a lot of things. So here I think the easy way out is just double Ice Age. I think if you can make like plays such as this, when Melvin is doing okay, I'm just doing 5/5. Here -1/-1, so -2. Paraburst comes down. Because again, he can reduce this mum to a very little cost, and at the same time, he's gonna go for the discard 1, draw 1 to kill the Paros, I believe. Killing the Paros, not even aiming for life, it's just like, I'm just gonna aim for the Paros. Probably getting the 10 mum from Collins here, I believe. Because that is the, 2k Broly, okay, interesting. Then,
Let's take the Brule here.
Brule
He
here.
does have another 10 mum already in his hand, but
Yep. 9 to the life. Probably eating this, and voila. What is in the box? Drum roll, please.
Onami to KO the Brook.
Huh.
Interesting, I thought he would opt to aim for
The
the
Rebecca,
Rebecca
right?
instead,
Yeah.
but...
Just a reminder, Colin is 3 life.
Just a
So that
reminder,
shows
yes.
you this is a matchup where it's very interesting where, although we are saying, it's sort of a strong board from Luchi, but Melvin is on a timer, just to remind everyone. And Katakuri isn't going unhealthy anytime. It's because of the 7 cost mum. Colin is able to prolong the game, and we were probably going to sit here for a while, George. I don't think this will end very soon.
That is true. You can see here.
Oh, my god, it's happening. It is the Searcher attacking. It is going to go for the swing with the Spandin. So it is going to go Ice Age -1. And then Rebecca right here, getting another blocker. This is what we talked about just now, where developing as much blocker as you can practically is really, really strong for this kind of like games where now you have like 2 attackers, a blocker, and then you are just gonna develop the Brook here. So what he actually did, that if people didn't catch it, is that he redeveloped the Brook from trash, and hence because it's 0 cost, right, where we mentioned we just need the 1 cost reduction, the 10 mum is KO, and now it's gonna attack 5, swing, pass, and then go on. And interestingly, do you notice Melvin is blocked?
Yes, Melvin
The
just
5?
blocked there.
Because why would you need the blocker when you have the board space, right?
Yes,
you
that
need
is
to
correct.
have the block space there. So I think, again, Melvin just swings in here, minusing the 10 mum. And Colin can't go keep this forever, right? Eventually something will run dry. So with the 5/5 here, again, the mum is just every turn without any, like it's not even such a hard effort. -1, -2, -2. This is just a 4 cost reduction every turn from Melvin without any sort of cost. It is simply just an action of
simply,
resting
yeah.
your units.
You can see here, the Onami does
Onami
come
here
out
killing
again,
the Rebecca.
killing
That's
the
really,
Rebecca.
really hits. That's really big. Maybe a jump unit here would be good for Colin. Oh, did I speak too fast? Nope, nothing happens.
Deciding not to trigger it.
So the mom is right now at 6 cost.
Yep, the mum is now at...
6.
I believe he hasn't tapped the stage yet,
Yep,
but
so-
it should be
so
at
it's
6
eight.
once he does tap the stage.
Yep.
So at 6...
This is the cost of the mom for people who are not just tuning in. The cost of the mom is now 8. What is he gonna do? It plays the Ice Age
that's
again. Ice Age is just a powerful card.
Ice Age is extremely
Just
powerful
Look
card.
at this. All this effort gone with 1 dot.
Does have the Who's Who in his hand. Could
Yeah.
possibly go for that. I think he has... Also has the 8 cost Sabo, which is also an interesting card. Previously, people ran
I see.
more copies of 8 cost
Sabo.
Sabo for the RP Law matchup, but
Yeah.
recently it has dropped down in priority in favor of Jack. However, we can see Melvin still runs it here, decides to drop the 8 cost Sabo to KO the Big Mom instead, and have more bigger bodies for which will inevitably be the
Yep.
final turn next turn.
Yep, we are getting closer and closer towards the end game. And yeah, the onslaught of 10 mum has finally stopped. So he's thinking now, should I trash my life? Trash. Go ahead.
If he believes
He believes he can guard.
he believes he can get. I mean, there is no other play for Colin this turn other than to
That
go
is.
into the leader.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I believe that is
Colin
what he
just
will do.
gonna
He will check
swing
his
for
life.
9, and Melvin just cuts for 6. Passes the turn back to Melvin, which basically has saying, I have to end you right now. Hand size check, hand size 4. Goes for the simple 7k leader, outplaying the, what do we call it, or the KO effect, so that nothing can just KO the Brook.
And Colin definitely in a tough spot here. 7k, like you mentioned early on, magic number here. Requiring a 2 and a 1. Colin here with 4 cards in his hand. I can see he has the flame spit, but also does have the 2 and a 1.
So
8k from the jack, most likely.
8. Nothing happens. 9. Nothing happened, and a jam all in from the Sabo, and that's well played from Melvin and also Colin. Congratulations from Melvin for taking the game from Luchi. And there we see a really solid, in my opinion at least, solid performance from the Luchi.
Yes, Melvin did play extremely well this game. He seemed extremely confident in what he was doing, and everything ran pretty smooth.
Yep. Almost as smooth as butter, you would say. And honestly speaking, I do think that is how Luchi does have the upper hand in that matchup, where you just develop blockers, develop board, and just calm down. Because the thing is that in general, the matchup, they won't be able to go wide. So you just need to take your time, free up your trash, just
You could
calm
see
down.
that Melvin was pretty well versed in how to play this matchup. You
Yeah.
could see when Colin dropped the 7 mum
mums.
and
He's like,
stuff
heal.
to he just healed. He just gave the heal.
Yeah, why would I care about your life? Because at the end of the day, right, if you're not gonna be threatening me on liters, I don't have to be too afraid with letting you heal. Like, we can prolong the game, because ain't no way you're gonna remove my Moria, my Jack, all of them at the same time. Because yellow, in general, is a deck that doesn't focus on removing the board. It just focuses on making a tall unit and then healing or trashing life in general. Going wide is not really its fortitude. Hence why Katakuri tends to be, if you're going to go wide, it tends to be luck based, right? You try to
correct.
jump units from the life. Hence why I do think that it is really difficult for Katakuri to, how do I put this way? I think it's really hard for Katakuri to be really dominant when everyone is just trying to like play very optimally, I would say. Because if you know the game plan is just if you know the game plan is literally just clearing the unit, clearing the tall unit, and then the white units are not like being answered, you won't be afraid. Like, Katakuri is just a deck that I would say check people on their knowledge, game knowledge. How do you feel about Katakuri as a deck?
Like you mentioned earlier, Katakuri is pretty streamlined and straightforward to play if you are the player, but if you are as an opponent, you should know its capabilities and what its win cons are, and like you mentioned, the cards that jump out from life and whatnot. You know, you have to be able to
KO,
you have to be able to prepare for it, you know, and anticipate it. Of course, not all triggers can be easily anticipated, but the general consensus is their game plan is to put down one big body every turn, and then it's up to you to see if you can answer it. And then see how it goes. And as we've seen both sides of the picture now, when Luchi lost against Katakuri, and how another Luchi successfully piloted the deck against Katakuri. So
it really depends.
we can see, it really depends. And like we mentioned earlier, the fact that Melvin got the stage early on really made a very big difference in the ease of removing the characters early.
Without using any Dawn. -3 cost every turn. So to give perspective, right, if the Jack is never going to get removed, Jack basically answers any 6 cost units. Because every time you just remove 3 costs from the stage, the leader, without any effort, you are just removing a unit every turn. That's what makes Luchi really strong in the meta game, because these numbers are actually prime numbers to remove for the RP Law. So hence why RP Law cut down on the 5 cost kit. Previously, one of the most core cards for the RP Law that is being cut, because they just favor, I just want something to get back value. So they went for Miss All Sunday, which is an alternative choice. But then again, now we see the meta develop. Recently, we see CS and other tournaments. People start to play back the 5-cost kit because they're thinking not everyone's going to play Luchi. Because at least what my perspective is that Luchi isn't what we call really super consistent. I do think that Luchi has its consistency issue. Even though it has searches and stuff like that, but when you dive into the deck building and everything, you will see that there are a lot of core CP cards that you need that when you can research. None of them are not even CP. Stage is not CP. Moria is not CP. Jack is not CP. The rest of the CP cards are mostly the cost to return 2k counters or the most main man himself, Luchi. I still think Luchi is really strong until today.
I mean, Luchi, yeah, end of the day, Luchi
The 4-cost Luchi is just
incredibly strong deck, but like you mentioned, the CP, the searches, can't search for the end game cards that you need, as well as the early game stage that you would need. So there is a sense that there is some inconsistencies there if you just mill all those components out. And
you compare to Moria last time where most of them are Thriller Bug, right?
Moria or Saka itself, where most of the things were searchable. And with that, I guess we are ready to go for a short break, and we will be back for round 5. So, is it round 6? Round 6, sorry.
We need our lunch, so we will take a lunch break.
We'll be back for round 6 in just a bit, so see you soon. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Grand Asia Open 2024 here in Malaysia. We're about to start round 6 of this triple elimination format, and yep, 3 rounds to go until we get to determine our top 64 as well as the top 32 who will progress into day 2. So yep, the players are just getting everything set up. My name is Josh, and I'm still here with caster Novin. So Novin, what are you hoping to see from this round as well as the remaining rounds?
Black, yellow, Luffy. Oh, but I know my friend right there. It's a friend of mine right there on the right there. He is piloting red, purple, law.
Alright, so we see the return of RP Law onto the stream. As you can see, must be doing pretty well to be at the top table. Should be
he
at
is indeed doing pretty
full
well.
win here. Both players
Full
should
win
be
right now.
at 5-0 here. So we're expecting to see a high quality game here. Unsure of what the player on the left will be playing. So we do know that one of the players, Caster Novin's friend here, is playing RP Law.
Yep.
So
Yeah, just getting ready.
I also took a walk around, and I did notice that there was quite a few RP Law left. Also, I did see some Luchi and BY Luffy and NL as well in the top tables, and there are still some Katakuri and Doffy as well, still alive in the tournament. So yeah, definitely interested to see what these top players are piloting.
Here we
you can
see
see, yeah.
people play multiple games, One Piece, Digimon, all the wonderful Bandai games that have to offer.
Yeah, we can see here that the bustling crowd, everyone partaking in not just the tournament but the side events and even just some casual play. We have also the flagship EX that's also happening here, which are larger scale flagship than the ones that you're normally
Pretty
used to.
intense too right now, I think. Right
Yeah.
there, people are roaming over, looking at the top table. Yeah, just overall great event, great day to be here. You're missing out just sitting at home watching us. What are you doing in Malaysia? Come down here, have a look, take part in the gunsling, take a look at everyone, join the community, you know. Say hi to Josh. I think Josh will say hi back too, right?
Yes, definitely, most definitely. I will say hi to you if you were to come down and visit us here. We can see the gunslinger as well. Many people in line, having a good time, taking part in the side events, and yeah, just overall a fantastic event. And if you are unable to come here today, do not worry. Tomorrow as well, we will be continuing with the top 64. Sorry, top 32. And then there will also be another flagship EX battle tomorrow. And we do finally see
Luffy.
Black Yellow Luffy here and RP Law. Klaus playing Black Yellow Luffy and Seal playing Red Purple Law. So we've been hoping to see Black Yellow Luffy all day today. And
I'm so excited.
As fans of the deck, we do hope that he's able to put on a good show for all of us here today on the stream. Although we do know that this matchup, ever since the introduction of Black Maria, has become very much more RP Law favored, whereas previously it was pretty 50-50. With Black Maria now being introduced into the meta and being a mainstay in RP Law, the increase in the amount of blocker law that RP Law previously had run, now they do run at max copies because they are able to freely minus Dawn and just regain it back with the Black Maria. So BY Luffy inherently, who wants to take life and have a big hand size and then finally go to 0, has to be wary of blocker law and then being able to discard the key components from your hand to enable you to henshin early and increase your leader power. So definitely interested to see how this one goes. We can see that Klaus is going first here. Typically, they will just be playing some Searcher now.
I do think that this is a very technical matchup because for people who are not aware, this is not going to be a very normal game. You won't be seeing players swinging to the leader every turn. You won't be able to see it. We'll see how it goes, but in general, this matchup is very about who has a bigger board for the RP Law. And then for the BY Luffy is whether or not they can establish like a really healthy turn moving forward into their 8 turn, the 9 turn, that kind of thing. So we will see here what is it going to be unfold. Like, Josh, do you think this matchup is really hard for either side?
Yes, I do think that it's actually pretty difficult for for BY Luffy actually, in fact.
Yeah.
Because of the presence of, like I said, Black Maria and Blocker Law being able to discard a player's hand. And we can do see here that Klaus has a special card in his hand here, 8 cost Isho.
8 cost Isho, and here we see Klaus is in danger of the one and only card that has been threatening the deck. Goes to the Black Maria first. Rather than to straight we go into the Law. Law effects, as we all know, is randomly discard 2 of your opponent's hand. And you only activate this if you're 7th hand, which is why it's such a menace in Red Purple Law deck, because with the introduction of Black Maria, you basically don't get super fun. Oh, we see Isho and also Moria being discarded just like that. How do you feel about that, Josh?
Isho and Moria being discarded here, I think the more painful one would be the Moria being discarded rather than the Isho here. However, now it is a pretty uphill battle here for Klaus. Right at the start of the game itself, 1 Moria down.
down.
Most likely this turn going to have to drop the 5 cost Luffy and take 1, trash 1 life and draw 1 card. However, doing this early and having already discarded, having 2 cards discarded from his hand, it already puts him in Killer Kid range.
Yeah, this is really tough because Law player here now just wants to be able to safely develop a board and not be too down on their resource. So we're just gonna go into the range straight away. Draw 2 cards. So
however, it's not all hope is lost for Klaus here, because his Luffy will be surviving.
Yep, the Luffy will survive here. It's just a question whether can Steve develop another strong board, but he will be able to just freely manage. This is what we talk about Black Maria. If the Black Maria sticks on the board and you don't answer the Black Maria, this just keeps happening. They're just going to develop a board without any punishment. They're just going to keep using the leader effect, and there is literally nothing you can do about it until you remove the Black Maria. So go back to Klaus here, which is interesting because I think Klaus can stabilize here if he has like baby stuff. So like for example the baby Luffy or baby Sabo, he can stabilize it if he has it. I do see baby Sabo, but the rest of the adult version not so visible in my eye, Josh.
That is true. We can see here that Klaus is weighing up his options. Having gone first this game, that is 1 turn extra delay to go into Moria. So if he were to trash 1 life with the Luffy and use a life taker such as Hiyori or Flampe or something of the sort, and he could go into becoming 7k base or 9k base if he were to henshin from his hand. But that would mean that on the 9 dawn turn he would have to repeat the trick once again.
So he is going to go for it. A very risky play, I say, because at this point you really want to go to 0 and being able to transform to one of the babies. Because if you're going down to 1, I don't think there's any universe where you actually stage it. So he is going to go for the Kuzan to draw 1 first.
Pretty risky play here coming up
really
from Klaus
risky
with the
here as well
Kuzan.
with the Kuzan. Going 6 leader into 8 leader. Okay, he's taking 1 here. Hiyori here. Okay, interesting. Shigan. That's interesting.
That's very interesting. Going for the Hiyori to put the Shigan into his life. However, he is just at 5k base with 1 life.
And the opponent has a lot of dawn. That's a dangerous amount of dawn.
A lot of dawn, so the opponent could really push for damage this turn.
Yeah, I think
Klaus will be forced to expend quite a number of cards from his hand here.
Yep, I think this is the turn where, because you're in such a position, right, a law will just simply whack you a 5k and you kind of have to like answer it. You kind of have to guard. If you don't guard here, you just jam everything into the Sanji. So I think this is a very dangerous situation of Klaus here. So yeah, he is going to go for 5 and see what he does. And Klaus is now just tinkering, playing around like, I'm in danger. And honestly speaking, I think he is in danger.
He's in very much danger. He can't really afford to take this as well. Just Seal just shoves all his dawn to the leader and hits him for a big amount. He's pretty much dead. So even with the Shigan being there, Klaus is basically forced to
So 5-5.
use all the cards in his hand to counter out, and not even being at 10 Don the following turn, he is in a pretty precarious position.
Yeah.
Doesn't have Moria as well, having been discarded
Yep.
by Seal's blocker law. So having to discard the babies and
Baby Sabo, that's
Baby
pain.
Sabo at this
That's
stage, Baby
pain.
Sabo and Baby Luffy at this turn really, really hurts a lot.
Zoro now just coming down 5 as well. Just asking, hey man, I'm just gonna keep poking, I'm gonna keep knocking the door. And what is that life you set up?
And Seal here being very aggressive here with all these units attacking at 5, forcing out all the cards in his hand, slowly dwindling down the number of cards in Klaus' hand here, and things are not really looking good for Klaus here.
Because it might seem at first glance, that guy is just counting 1k. Well, why are the casters so concerned? Because Black Yellow Luffy actually is a very special deck. It doesn't has what we call a late game. The deck kind of runs on a timer. Because the thing about Black Yellow Luffy is that when it has a depletes, right, in the mid game, it's actually really bad because every time it wants to use its effect to transform the 7k, it actually uses -1 hand to transform, and that goes to the Shigan. Just gonna be trashing too and KOing just the Maria.
So using the Shigan effect here to mill too, I see.
Yep. And then Silk here can probably just play it very, very safe. Silk can just 8 leader and ask like, oh, the game's over.
And the game's over just like that. Klaus being unable to counter out. I can see he had another big ace in his hand, and yeah, we can see the power of Blocker Law and Black Maria in this matchup is just insanely strong.
Insane. Like that's the reason why a lot of the Black Yellow Luffy players now are very cautious and they play like you got a Thunderbolt just to get rid of the Maria as soon as possible, because if you don't get rid of Maria, right, Law is just free to do whatever it wants. I'm just a store, I'm not going to swing you. I'm going to develop a bot and then swing you. Because most of the time, Black Yellow Luffy players tend to be taking their own life and then like tend to be mainly just, I'm just going to trash my life, get rid of my life, like to go to 0 as soon as possible to use the effect. But the hindsight is that against decks like this, or even Doffy for the matter of fact, is that because you are doing this, you're actually helping the other position by giving them a threat. Like you're saying, okay, I am moving my game plan. Your game plan contradicts yourself because their game plan is making you as low as possible, and they will just do this 5 to 5, and then they'll say, you want to guard. Usually in your head as a PY, you're like, I can just take, and then you realize, wait a minute, my hand, I can't guard like a jam like that. So I think in retrospect, if you ask me, a BY Luffy player, you have to be more careful about this kind of thing, especially like, I think maybe our friends here must. I think that play was very, very risky. The one where he did the I think the trash line was okay, but the Kuzan there, Kuzan was 4 Dawn, and then you weren't able to like transform or weren't able to like take a life or anything. That was very, very high risk kind of like play.
Yes, indeed. That was very, very high risk.
But again, we didn't have the full information. Maybe he didn't have the adult form, so he was like doomed to do it anyway. It was very, very interesting. And then,
I did notice that his hand did have the Baby Sabo and the Big Sabo, so it was an option for him to henshin into the Hiyori and then henshin into the Sabo. So not sure what his thought process was there, but definitely put himself in a lot of risk by going for the Kuzan play, and Seal punished him by ending the game the very next turn.
The deal, just like that.
Sealed the deal.
Sealed the deal. Which is, I think, very high sub play. Man had almost everything, I think.
Yeah,
Man had the Maria, Man had the
Black Maria, had the Blocker Law, got a Reiju at the start.
Today feels like his day, the kind of thing. Like,
Yep.
look at him, smiling at the camera, walking away, just like that. That is what a happy man looks like. Maybe the key to success, George, is just being happy.
That is true. And so now Seal moves on to 6-0. So extremely likely we will see him in the top
tomorrow and stuff like that.
Amongst the top players tomorrow.
Yep.
And with that, I think we will take another short break, and we will be back for round 7 in just a bit.
See you guys. Currently with my co-host Joshua, and I'm Norvin, bringing you today the round 7, Josh, I believe.
Yes, this is indeed round 7 of the
Seven.
Grand Asia Open here in Malaysia, and 2 rounds remaining. So both these players sitting here are now 6-0.
6-0.
They are primed to enter the top 32. I think they are more or less confirmed for the top 64.
Yeah,
I believe being 6-0 does guarantee them top 64 place. So they will be walking away with flagship Kobe.
Yep.
So that is something that they've already acquired. So now it comes the real test. I'm 100% sure that the winner of this game will be guaranteed to enter the top 32
Yep, exactly.
and move on to tomorrow. So a very high pressure, high stakes game that we're about to witness here.
Yep.
So what are you anticipating from this round based on what we've seen so far?
I think it's probably RP Law Mirror, I think, if we're very realistic at this point, because despite all the category we've seen, right, I'm pretty sure that the top contender is still Red Purple Law, which is one of the most dominant deck around we can see. If not, it's probably like a variant of like RP Law versus Luchi, RP Law versus Katakuri. I can also see that happening. Or maybe Josh, maybe Uta.
Maybe Uta.
Maybe Uta. George, a man can dream, alright? Let me dream. Maybe Uta maybe this guy found a secret sauce with Uta. Or maybe Bonnie, even Bonnie, right? You know, with the ability to keep resting opponents by cost, Bonnie is pretty good. And the reality is, RP Law versus Lucha.
And the reality, as like you mentioned, it is going to be RP Law versus Luchi,
Yes.
2 of the top dogs in this current meta. And it's no surprise that we see these 2 decks in the top table. And we can see here Jason Chin with the Black Luchi, and also Juvirma, who are playing RP Law here. Going just through a few formalities before they actually begin the game. And what do you think are the key things to note from this matchup? I think both of us have been competitive players ourselves. We have seen this matchup many times, experienced this matchup many times. So what do you think are the key things to note when it comes to this matchup in particular?
So in particular this matchup, let's talk about the RP Law side first. I think you are more of the person that set up the board and Luchi has to answer it. So if you're looking for things against Luchi, it's kind of things like, I want cards that draw. So Reiju, of course. Queen is pretty good. And then, of course, there's also Miss on Sunday, which is really good in this matchup because it draws 1 card and ramps you 1 dot. But most importantly, you need to be able to develop, like, this is just a basic law thing, develop a board while maintaining your dawn. That rules goes up the window if you got, Black Maria, of course. But even with Black Maria, right, you need to be able to time your Black Maria. So what you are looking for law is very specific things like Black Maria, things that can develop a board that also gives you dawn or draw. So a lot of things. The pudding, the Sachipan, and then of course the cards draw I mentioned, and then timing. So as a RP Law, all you need to do is just time these things, time to play those things go wide and the kind of thing. Like Luchi needs time to set up all this removal that we saw, the example that Melvin did. So it's not like easy like this is a removal that I just removed. No, you need to set up. So as RP Law, you must give him pressure, developing board while maintaining dawn. For Luchi, it's all about setup. Same in Melvin, I think it's exactly the same, but a bit more of a tall order. I think this is just my opinion. You are really, really behind without a stage. I think I'm not trying to like say that the guy has no chance, but I'm saying that compared to every other matchup, if the Luchi doesn't have stage, it is quite detrimental. And it's not only that, you must have the other components as well. You have to have the Luchi, the number of things to trash. There's also the Fable O Jack, which is very important, I think, compared to Moria. And of course, the Moria is key, but I think what's more key than the Moria is the ability to use Luchi for cost consistently. And we see games start there, so we do see the RP Law going first because they try to just skip 2 turns, I believe, Josh. They go ahead to their turn 2.
Yeah, like you said, both the RP Law player and the Luchi player opted not to call anything on their first turn. So we can see Juvirma using the Black Maria effect immediately after placing it down. Minusing Dawn. Most likely going to go into going into the pudding. That's very
And
interesting here.
pass.
Going to pass.
He's not even going to swing with the law. Okay, so this is actually interesting. I have seen the argument for this before. At least in my perspective, the argument is that as long as you don't swing, right, they can't guard one card from your hand. If they don't guard, right, their trash will never be 3, which is the Luchi, which is the cost for Luchi. So in this case, the only thing that they can usually KO is with the stage. The idea is that you have the stage and the brook to KO, but at this point, there's nothing that we can KO here unless you commit a lot of resource here. That's the idea. How do you feel about this, Josh? Not swinging in.
I think it's a pretty decent play here from Durma. So not allowing Jason to get drop zone to be able to use something like a 4-cost Luchi to be able to KO the Black Maria is pretty good this
Very
turn.
heads up, I would think.
Yeah, very heads up play here. Even denying the possibility of the Brook, which would actually require you to play another cost reducer from your hand, such as a Suru or Ice Age or something. So
This turn,
fairly safe
very safe.
turn from Durma actually playing that way. So I'm pretty sure this turn he will be able to swing with his leader.
Yeah, just a straight up swing first because he knows that if you do like at least like a knowledge check, as Luchi, right, you want to guard because you don't want to be taking this kind of 5. But the hindsight is that actually there's a risk. If you take the damage there and it's one of the KO cards such as Rangaku or Ice Age, you can actually KO the Black Maria, which can derail some of your game plan. But I think Divana here knew that he's not gonna let it easily go. And here we see he's gonna actually go and use the effect to remove the Khalifa. Very interesting. What do you think about this, Josh? Removing the Khalifa, which is just a 4K. Do you think it's justified?
The Khalifa usually doesn't pose a threat as an attacker, but I guess with the amount of Raise Max and Gordon in Durma's hand, I did notice there was quite a number of them there.
Yeah.
He wanted to get his hand to a lower count, so possibly later on he could use something like a Reiju and so on. And at the end of the day, a board like Khalifa could potentially still be an attacker, especially if Durma, with the current board that he has, might end up using the pudding
to attack, right?
as an attack. So that would mean a 4-4. So getting rid of anything that could potentially swing back into his board could benefit him in the long run. That's why he decided to use the Raise Max on the Khalifa. So
this is really, really interesting position. I think just by I don't know if you noticed, but I feel like Divina is very ahead just by doing this place.
yes,
like look at his board,
feel
look
so
at his
too,
hand.
yeah.
Man is ahead of his time. I think this is a 6 to leader, and then
Typically the Apilor would just take the
8
first
here because
two.
it's like my hand is
Just wanna
healthy.
see,
I can
yeah.
eat. Like
Just
I'm
wanna
gonna lose a
see.
unit here.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
just-
rage you next turn.
I just want to see more cards.
Yeah. Jason here probably has to go through the full schools.
Yeah, going for the
Discarding
Luchi,
this
the
stage. Wow,
Burn
interesting.
just the blocker law. So the Black Maria does get to live to see another day, and
And this is where the Black Maria shines, which is being able to generate 6 Dawn. Because now his opponent is 6 Dawn, right? Sorry, not generate 6 Dawn, but being able to make yourself, the player, to be 6 at the end of turn. Which is basically what most people want to do. Most people want to be able to play the Maria so that they can generate back a high Dawn. So we're talking about 6 Dawn, 5 Dawn, 7 Dawn. That Maria has stayed since turn 1 and has allowed Divina to just play whatever he wants basically. The man is, the world is his oyster. He do whatever he wants, Josh.
that is
anything.
true. But with the absence of draw, any draw cards in Durma's hand, I did notice he did not have the Queen or the Rachel in his hand.
Rachel,
So
nothing.
eventually expending this much resources, he will end up being quite low on hand count here, and Jason is just taking the first life of the game from his side here, and then going to counter out.
This is really difficult.
Durma is deciding what to do, considering if he would like to swing with the Sanji.
Oh,
And,
this is
Durma
Zoro.
is
Okay,
going-
going in
going
6.
into the
Sorry,
Zoro.
going in 5. Being really aggressive here. And Jason guards. And Jason's hand also is looking really, really strong. But his life is really healthy as well. 4 life, I think, is a really healthy situation to be in versus RP Law. You're not in danger of anything. And he swings with the Sanji as well, asking for a 2k counter or eat alive. I think he probably eat here. Nothing happens. Raymax comes out, gonna be answering the Who's. And I think this is really strong because right now the Who's is not gonna be able to attack any of the winner's board. And killer kill, 6k to the leader, asking another 2k. So this is really rough for Jason. Out of nowhere, Jason might actually be below 2 HP. And he is. He's gonna take it. And just like that, the winner is at full board. His opponent is at 2, he's at 2. And doesn't seem like his opponent is able to develop anything at all next turn. This is really, really, really tough for Jason out of nowhere, Josh. How do you feel? Just a 2 rush, just like that.
It's absolutely devastating here for Jason. Getting getting his Who's Who removed and also getting attacked by both of the rush cards here. It doesn't seem like he has a way to remove everything more than 2 characters at the same time. It's going to definitely have to swing into one, and
hope he doesn't counter.
I hope he doesn't counter. Don't think he has the 4-cost Luchi in his hand as well. I did see he does have the Moria, but definitely not a position you want to be in with Duirma's board being so strong.
This is strong. You have to remove the kid because I think the kid is a problem. But the issue is, look at the other thing. There's a Sanji right there, 6 cost. I don't think you're ever touching that. There is 2 units that can attack easily too. That being the Zoro and also the Pudding, just 1 dodge relation. And again, like I mentioned, Duirma's going to have 8 Dawn next turn. He did all this without any sort of repercussion. Man just decided to, I'll just get my board up and also have the equal Dawn as my opponent. Nothing wrong there.
That's just the power that Black Maria presents for you.
Yeah, and interestingly, Jason couldn't remove the Maria at all. Or like, he chose not to. And the Maria stuck there and do all. And you can't really blame Jason, right? Because the things he removed were attackers. I think you value the attacker than the ability to get down. And because Dimena put him in a position where I don't know what you're doing. I just hit the board, and this would actually win me the game. But however, that being said, I think back to Jason, he's going to try to do his best. I think it's going to be 5 to the Pudding, I believe.
It's 5 to the Pudding and reducing 1 cost on the Zoro here. And Duirma is going to counter with the Black Maria.
Yep, there is a 2k counter, just showing him that even if you remove the Maria, I have another one in hand, bro. That's just.
And Duirma is down to, I think that is his last hand card.
But it shows you, even without the draw power, that's how powerful Red Purple Law is. Being able to go for the aggressive game plan just like that. Okay, he does have the Spandin, so he can like do some shenanigans. Spandin into the Luchi. It's just that he has to count his, what do you call it? His CP count, whether he has enough for the Spandin effect. Spandin, for folks that didn't know, is a 3 mana CP card on play. You may put 3 CP cards from the bottom of, from the trash to the bottom of the deck, and then you can call 1 4-cost below CP card from your trash, and that will be the Luchi in trash that he might want to do. So he can do Ice Age into Ice Age basically this kills the Killer Kid, and then Spandin into Luchi, and then maybe, I don't know, what can you do with 5 Dawn, Josh? Or 4 Dawn, sorry.
The probably play is Rebecca.
Yep, I think that's probably what he's gonna do. So he is gonna go for it. He can even just go Rebecca Spandin, I think.
Yeah, he can even consider to do that. So it's very interesting to see what he opts for this turn. Taking a look at his.
He has options. It's not the dead end yet. Divina is ahead. However, I think if Jason can find a way to, I think if Jason just answer 2 board, it's playable. If answer 3 is on Jason's favor out of nowhere.
Yes, definitely. Going for the manual Spandin play like you predicted. Turning at 3 CP cards.
He has the cost straight away. Going into
straight for the Luchi.
Yep, this is what we see. Going for the Zoro and the Sun and the Killer Kid. Very important play here.
Turning 3 cards, and I do think he will opt for the Rebecca this turn to grab a 2k counter.
It's going to be Rebecca here, because Rebecca here just forces you to, hey, you want to remove my blocker or do you want to remove my Luchi? It forces him, and Devona has only 1 hand, so it's not like he has like all the luxury in the world to answer like whatever Jason plays. So Jason now is, okay, it's really good now for Jason. Picking up the Brook here, I think, is probably his only option. taking out the Brook here and not even calling it just for a counter at this point. And back to Jonathan. Jonathan has a lot of Dawn, Josh. Like, we're talking about 8.
He does have 8 Dawn, but limited amount of hand cards to work with. Interesting to see what he drew this turn.
Yeah, emphasizing the importance of Reiju and Queen for this particular deck.
Emphasizing, it's definitely very important.
Size 4, and Jason is not even looking super healthy. man is on the risk of, I can just lose here. This is why this matchup is very interesting. Despite you not having Reiju or Queen, it's still very playable for Red Purple Law. And you see for Luchi's side, he's barely struggling, like barely alive. Man is trying to stay alive, even throwing out the stage just because he needs the other component in his hand.
That's right here. So we can see Durama is like segregating his Dawn, thinking about how he would play out this turn here. Probably going to have to drop something and then bot deck the Rebecca. Else, Jason will just get a free block from the Rebecca.
Yep.
Alternatively, if the blocker, Durama could go for a few 5k attacks and see the reaction of Jason, and then maybe swing into the Luchi and empty Jason's board as well, because at this moment Durama is still leading in terms of the board. However, all this can change very quickly depending on how Jason is able to remove everything the next turn.
Yeah, I think with one Moria is just really like, painful for Durama to answer this board. I do think that if you swing 6 first is alright, or even 5 is fine.
He is taking a few quick glances at his hand, deciding on how he will play this turn.
Well, he can attach 3 to Maria and back for 5, and then like if his opponent actually takes the damage, you can just -3. Oh, it's just gonna. Alright, just gonna go Swix with the pudding.
Just going to go directly, like you said, 6 here with the pudding. I assume Jason will give the Rebecca straight away.
Yeah, don't risk it going to the bottom of the deck, I think.
Most likely won't want to risk it going to the bottom of the deck.
2K,
Decides to opt
wow.
for 2k counter instead.
Wow. Okay.
So now Durama does have a few options here. He could play down the race max and go for a safer play by bot decking the Luchi, or he could just straight away use the -3 effect and bot deck the Rebecca, because he did manage to already get 2k counter out of Jason's hand whilst using 2 Dawn, and Jason didn't use the Rebecca. So maybe he's still trying to bait out the Rebecca by attacking with the leader as well. I'm pretty sure Jason will definitely give the blocker up this time, because he doesn't have a 2k left in his hand.
Yeah, just give the Rebecca.
Now he decides to give up the Rebecca. Interested to see what he does. And most likely he have to play down the Grace Max this turn. He does have a Guardian in his hand. Yep. Will be minusing the Luchi.
Minusing the Luchi.
Just considering a few.
This is going to be a hard decision, because I'm pretty sure that's not a card that says draw. If it is, then I think
if it was a card that says draw, I don't think Durama would be thinking
the man would be like,
about it.
Man would be like, I'm just gonna draw, and then he is gonna bottom the Luchi.
Considering the last card.
Oh, he's not gonna call anything. Yeah, just gonna go back Maria, and then swing.
Gonna go 6 and 6.
Yeah, it's gonna be a 6/6. Very safe to swing with the Sun G, because at this rate, you're not gonna die from board. It's just a spun in, and then he passed the turn back to the Luchi player, and this is where Luchi gets very dicey, because there's not much you can do. Yeah, you're gonna attack Murray here. You have to remove a 6 cost here without any much backup, but that's not the point. Not only do you have to remove the board, you actually have to develop a blocker or some sort of safety net against RP Law right now. RP Law is right now having its maximum Dawn, I believe, 10.
Yes.
And that means if you don't play the blocker, it's just a 15 leader. So, just to clarify, maybe not 10. Is it 10?
I would be at
8 to 10, right?
Yeah,
it will be 8, and then next time will be 10. So this is still very dangerous for Jason. Jason needs to be able to develop a blocker while clearing this particularly board. So Maxsoft got
Things not,
6 here.
not really looking good for Jason here.
Yeah, just try to play the safe play to the... Yep, it's just gotta clear this thing. So that gets cleared. Does the Moria help? No, I'm not sure. So the Moria has... There is no Luchi. So it is gonna reduce its cost here. There is an Ice Age, not one thing you want to see right now.
Not exactly the thing that Jason is looking for in particular right now. Even if he were to do the standard Moria, Rebecca, Spandin, Luchi combo, Duverma could just -3 the following turn, bot deck the Rebecca and go all in for the game. So that definitely won't help him. Most likely we're going to have to put blockers such as something like Borsalino or
So
Sabo distant and ask Jason to have forgotten to answer. However,
He is gonna go for
he
the
is going to do the standard combo here to
So it's
clear
gonna be
the
Rebecca taking out the... Wait, he's Ice Age? Or is it Renkaku?
No, it's Ranken.
Oh, Hero Maple, yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
So however,
Yeah, he's just gonna do it and jam.
he's just going to go
and
jam 12k.
pretty sure it's
And
game,
this
yeah.
is Jason's game.
Well
I mean,
played
Jason has
by
lost
both
to
players.
Duverma, yep.
Yeah, well played. Divina as well, very strong showing of how good RP Lord is, even without Reiju.
Yep, even despite not drawing any of the resource cards such as Reiju and Queen, the early aggression and pushing life with the rush cards definitely carried him through to the end, and especially the good play he made at the start with the Black Maria and the pudding and then opting not to swing. Definitely really helped him because he prevented Jason from trashing one card from his hand to guard and filling up his drop with CP cards so that he could use something like a Kaku or even a Luchi that much early on, with preventing him from being able to return 3 cards. So definitely good plays from Duverma here to take the game.
Good plays,
And
played left and right.
definitely what I was expecting from 2 players who are at full wins and have made it this far.
Playing very carefully, optimally in fact. I think that's just a very solid showing of how RP Law can operate, where you can just not swing and then play very safe against Luchi. Like sometimes you can just swing because they're not going to kill it, like they had to draw the card in the first place. But if you play as safe as Divina here, right? Divina, like really like you're not going to get cleared, and the Mario just stick on the board, and the Mario just gains 2 value over the turn. And I think the scarier part is that because the Mario stick on the board, right, the other units have no chance like to be even, like the Mario won't get removed because you have to answer the other board. The other board are attackers, they are 5k units. If you just have to answer the Mario, your opponent might just have a second Mario and then it's just very bad for you. You might as well just gamble that okay, he has a second Mario, that's why he's doing it very early. But I think in hindsight, if he just clear the Mario and the opponent doesn't have a second Mario, I think in general he stood a chance. But even then, it's not really healthy because again, Divina was able to do this even without Reiju. Can you imagine if he has a Reiju and Queen and everything? I think this is just going to be a landslide.
Yes, the game would definitely have snowballed out of control if he definitely had the resource cards to be able to replenish all those units that he was putting down on the board. And even despite that, with the amount of rush cards like Zoro as well as Killer Kid, he managed to push enough life so that when he reached the latter parts of the game, Jason was forced to call blockers and wasn't able to farm more resources, and he was definitely playing very much on the back foot for most of the game. So I guess you could see this is in general how RP Law should approach the Luchi matchup, and something that most people can also consider is like what Duverma did in the early part of the game, deciding like not to swing and then maybe even bot decking the Khalifa early was a good decision in the end, because that pudding did stay on the board for quite a number of turns and was an attacker. So if the Khalifa was not removed, the Khalifa would be an additional thing that is swinging into the pudding and demanding a hand card to guard. So in hindsight, I think Duverma played the game really well and was well deserving of the win.
Yeah. speaking of well-deserved, I think we too deserve a well-deserved break as we are going to prepare for the last round. Don't go anywhere, guys. We will take a short break and we'll be back for the last Swiss round later.
only thing that I need. No doubt I know for sure it's not the answer, but no reason to stand being on my feet. Got everything in my hand, so come forward to tell me here I go, I'm ready to jump into another day. I just can't close my eyes. I can see it clear, the dreams I had, it lays in front of me. So you and I dive into the new world. I know that we can rewrite all of the rules that keep us standing in the way. You and I working the world. And when I'm falling apart, I know you'll always be there to take my hand. Together we will on the journey, searching for the light. Full life.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Grand Asia Open 2024 here in Malaysia, and we have finally reached the last round of Swiss, or this triple elimination rather. So we will be getting our top 32/64 after this round. So how excited are you, Norvin?
Very excited. I think it's been a great tournament so far. A lot of great showcase, a lot of great ST showcase as well, the new ST cards. And it's been a blast here when we see the people are still very lively here with the queuing up of the gunslinger right here. As we can see the screen right here, everyone here just really hyped about the gunslinger event. What do you think about this, Josh? How excited are these people? Will you be excited like them?
Most definitely. If I was a participant, I would definitely be lining up for the gunslinger event, perhaps going and buying some limited merchandise and checking out some of the other cool things here. I even see someone cosplaying Rayleigh over there. I mean, I would rather have this Rayleigh than the manga Rayleigh. I would go and take a picture with him.
Will you?
Yes.
This is on record, Josh, remember.
Okay.
Anyway, I think besides that comment right there, I do think that it is interesting to see you have all different age group. We have the young, the old, and the very young as well. That we have children, we have kids, like maybe in your primary school, we have young adults, probably struggling to finish college. We have the adults as well, probably spending their good holiday right here, Josh. How do you feel about seeing so many variety of people?
That just goes to show that One Piece is for all ages.
Exactly.
Everyone can enjoy the game, and many of us that that are in the game have all come from the anime and the manga. So there are people of all ages. One Piece has been running for many years now, since the late 1990s. The manga was released, and all the way until now. So people from back then who were kids and now have grown up into adults and still love and enjoy One Piece can all come here, to experience everything.
Yep, and I think it's a really great experience for people who want to have the experience of a card game event, or a big event. Like, I have been through so many events, and I think that today is a really good showing. Like, we have the competitive player, the casual, the collectors. I was looking through the table, there were a lot of people showing off their really nice collection of cards. There are graded cards, non-graded cards, raw cards, and people just trading and stuff like that. It's just a very good environment to be in. And here we have our last Switch round for today. I believe this should be still the full win table. So I believe they are both on 6-0. So sorry, 7-0.
And I believe the player on the left is Jivirma, who I think we saw in the last round, unless I'm mistaken. So it is another RP law. So interested to see what his opponent is playing. And
it's funny to say this, but I think I want to see an RP law mirror for the last one, just for all the Marvel, because I don't think we haven't seen an RP law mirror. And I'll be honest with you, I think RP law mirror is really fun to cast. Like, you can imagine the chaos that ensues in it. So for context, the RP law mirror, in my opinion, it's almost like there's no right and wrong. Don't you think that, Josh? So, at least I will ask you now, Josh. You've been asking me. How do you think the matchup is for the mirror, particularly for RP Law?
From my experience, it really comes down to who can just draw better and who comes up with more of the removal and resource cuts to play the long game. I would say Dawn doesn't really matter as much as it used to be in the mirror, with the exclusion of a lot of cards like 5-cost kits, so people play at much lower Dawn counts. And I think you did get your wish, and we will get to see for the final round here, round 8 of the Grand Asia Open.
Verma versus Christian Ramos.
Verma versus Christian Ramos, red purple law mirror. I wouldn't say it's the matchup that everybody wanted to see, but it's the matchup that we want to see.
I want to see.
Having seen Red RP Law and Luchi, and RP Law and Katakuri, and so on. So we finally get to see the mirror, and it will be interesting to see how this plays out. Like I said, key factors in this matchup is the power reducing cards, and as well as the early game Dawn generating cards such as Shachipan and Pudding, and also the resource cards such as Reiju and Queen. So we can see here Duvirma going second.
Resource cards. I do think that there's an argument people say that even though you have all the Reiju in the world, if you are too high on the Dawn, you can't actually Reiju, right? Because
that's correct. So
I think there's a great balance of it. Whoa, Ramos is going 8 leader right here.
8 to leader here. Duvirma most likely have no choice but to take the card and does draw the Gordon and passes.
Yep, not developing anything here. Likely to play around any sort of like removal from this point and just preserving his hand in a healthy state, because I do think that at this stage you don't really want to like use the law effect. And you see here the Verma going to the 6th leader. I tell that okay, I can do into the Maria into place. So he is still a guard to play around this blocker law. And he's gonna go Zoro and just pass. Not attacking with the Zoro because you don't really want to rest your units right now. You want to be taking life to see more hand. So I think it's really like heads up again for Demon not knowing the matchup. Like I don't want this thing to die so fast. So we're just gonna keep that alive. However, Chris doesn't seem to have any sort of card draw.
He's considering his options here. Going for 6 to leader. He most likely will play the promo law.
Yeah, he has the promo law, which is a very good mirror card because most of the units are 5k power. And the law does reduce the power to 3k, which is the correct number for law to activate his effect. So we are going to see the promo law being played here.
Ideally here you would like to see a Shachi Penguin or something.
Probably just, Reiju or Remind back. He just has a Reiju. He's going to draw 2 here.
He's going to go for the Reiju.
Yep. He's going to go down to 4 Dawn. This means he's locked away from playing any of the 5-cost cards such as Queen, Missile Sunday, and Kid. It would be very interesting. What do you think about this, Josh? Going to 4 Dawn next turn.
It's pretty good from Christian here because he's essentially denying Duvirma from going down to his own Reiju. Because if he were to -3, he would still be at 3, so he wouldn't be able to commit the Reiju and see more cards from his hand. So overall, was a pretty good turn for Christian. So interesting to see how this turn will play out. Of course, RP Law, unless you're running something like Fire Fist and so on, most likely you will only be removing one thing this turn. So in terms of the board tempo, you could say that Christian is ahead.
Yep, and then we're just going to see it being removed. You can't Reiju this turn because your Dawn is higher than your opponent. However, he will Saki Pen and go for the high Dawn play. Something that... oh, okay, yeah, there we go. I was wondering why was the Gordon being played, but yeah. He is going to be developing a board and then going to the Satipan. Oh. Okay. So we have a dispute.
I separate them, but you didn't. You know that.
Okay, so this is something that they are currently discussing. I assume that Duvirma did declare that he was to -2k on the Reiju.
No, I think what happened was that because he played the Gordon, he didn't. He assumed that his opponent assumed that you didn't bottom the thing. That's probably what happened right there. Interestingly, so this is just a small lesson, I guess, for players. Be careful with your plays. Declare them correctly, so that this kind of thing will happen. So we just see here a simple 5-5-5-5 from Ramos.
I'll say Diorama was already pretty behind,
And
even
this-
prior to this,
Yeah, and
because
now he's
he
even
was
more
being
behind.
he was being Dawn locked from Reiju,
Yeah.
and now with that small mishap happening and not being able to clear Christian's Reiju, he is definitely in a lot of trouble
Yeah.
right now.
A bit unfortunate, but a bit of like. I think right now Divana just has to like. Wait, is Christian also at 4 life? Oh, yeah, it's at 4 life.
Christian still
It
is
is
at 4
very,
life.
yeah, Christian is just really ahead. I think.
I'm guessing they are still having a little bit of a conversation about what happened earlier with the PR law and the Reiju, so we're waiting for them to come to a conclusion.
What do you think about this, Josh?
It's pretty difficult to say, but Diorama should be declaring his effects
Yeah.
properly.
Yeah. Okay. So he is gonna go for it. He is gonna bottom this. Because the correct order is to bottom and call. I guess that is like their official way to do it. So we're just gonna take it. And he's gonna go to Gibraltar turn, being 4 life and all. He's gonna go 7 to the 5.
He's gonna go 7 to the killer kid. He does have a high down count here, but
Yeah. He's gonna go 5 to 5. So I think, yeah, Ramos probably just goes in to the 1. Oh, it's a 1-1. Oh, 1-1-1. Wow, that's 7.
So it's obvious that Diorama doesn't have a 2k anymore in his hand, so
It's gonna go
he's gonna just
there.
clear the Gordon with the Black Maria. That's pretty much
it's
no
pretty much just a
repercussions for just going down gaming. on there.
Yeah, that's a very interesting mirror, I would say. But honestly speaking, I think it is kind of unfortunate that
Yeah,
Japan
it's
wasn't
kind
to-
of unfortunate for Diorama with the not bottom decking the
Yeah, I think that's a bit unlucky, but it might be a small lesson for people to be very careful with their plays, because maybe in a casual sense you're too used to, oh sorry, I missed that or something like that. But sometimes in the tournament setting, I do think that if you're playing for prize and prestige, sometimes these things do happen. But my personal take is that how do I put it? It's very hard to judge, right? The fair line, the line between, is it okay to retake? Is it okay for to shark? Some people call it a rule sharking. Some people don't call it a rule shark. I really don't know where's the line to draw for this, but it was pretty.
I mean,
yeah.
from the side of Diorama, if he did, I mean, we know that he did call the PR law to
Yeah.
minus 2k to
Yeah.
Reiju, and if he minus the 3 dot and called the Shachipan without actually declaring that he was going to bot deck the Reiju and then immediately called the Gordon, then that was pretty much on him for not clearly stating his effects properly. And this is a high stakes tournament with especially it being the 8th Swiss round and the a place in the top 32 on the line, so every small bits and pieces like this matter. So Christian was had every right to call him out on that, although to us and maybe to a few others it might seem a bit I don't want to say unsportsmanlike or petty, but it doesn't seem like very right. But of course it all comes down to
It is a tournament. It's a competition,
it's a
so
tournament, and you need to be able to declare everything correctly, and especially like you mentioned, so late maybe you can't really blame the players as well. They've,
Yeah, they're
they've
very
played,
tired
they've
lah.
played
Yeah,
8
it's
rounds of
tired
Swiss
and stuff
and
like
they
that.
are at the top table. So sometimes, these kind of things can happen. But
Yeah.
if you really want to be at the top, you need to be locked in and focused
Exactly.
all the time.
Speaking of players being tired, you know who else is tired, Josh? We are tired. And we will take a small break from here. We will return announcing the top 32 and anything to come for tomorrow. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere.
only thing that I need. Now that I know for sure, it's not the answer, but no reason to stand being on my head. Got everything in my hand, so come forward to tell me. Here I go, I'm ready to jump into another day. If I just can close my eyes, I can see it clear. Dreams I had, it lays in front of me. So you and I dive into the new world. I know that we can rewrite all of the rules that keep us standing in the way. You and I working the world. And when I'm falling apart, I know you'll always be there to take my hand. Together we go on the journey, searching for the light. Full life.